Welcome to Melbourne for round one of the 2025 SP Tools Australian Kart Championship presented by Castrol. We celebrate the 10th anniversary of the AKC era. This year we look to crown new champions along with returning champions from every state and territory of Australia, New Zealand, Europe and Asia. Sit back and enjoy one of the most dynamic spectacles in world motorsport. This is the 2025 SP Tools Australian Kart Championship presented by Castrol. Good afternoon everyone and welcome to Todd Road for the opening round of the 2025 SP Tools Australian Kart Championship presented by Castrol. My name's Matt Payne and we will be bringing you all the action right throughout the course of the afternoon. As you can see, here we are at this historic club just outside the Melbourne City, 931 metres in circumference, clockwise direction. Today, a little bit overcast. The sun's peeking through. It is quite warm. No rain in sight, which is the great news compared to where we were earlier in the weekend. We have some exciting developments coming throughout season 2025. Here's our championship manager, Lee Hanachek, to tell you more.
Each round of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship is contested across 3 days. Friday is all about practice, where drivers can dial in their setups to find the optimum lap times. Saturday begins with qualifying, where the driver's fastest lap time will set the grid positions for the opening 2 heat races. Or in the case of the classes that exceed the track capacity, the drivers will be split into groups to rotate through the heat races. In all of the heat races, the drivers earn points towards their starting position in the final. Sunday brings the last of the heats before we move on to the all-important finals. In the oversubscribed categories, only the top 40 drivers in the standings will get a start in the final and gain the opportunity to have maximum championship points. The winner of the final in each class will have their name etched in history as a round winner in the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship.
We are set for a big afternoon here at Todd Road. We'll take a quick look at our schedule as what we have ahead of us here on the Karting Australia YouTube channel. We go straight into KA2. You can see them getting prepared there. Final heat of the weekend, then into KZ2, then we get into the all-important finals. It's been fantastic racing throughout the course of the weekend. Cadet 9, Cadet 12, and then we go on through right until we get to the presentation before the KZ2 final, and the elite category of KZ2 will go underway. We just cannot wait. It's been a wonderful weekend here in Melbourne, one of the real traditional events in Australian karting. It's been around seeming like forever. The call has come from our race director to let KA2 out on circuit. This is going to be an incredible battle. It has been all weekend. Liam Carr, Hamish Campbell and Cooper Foley, they all won heat races yesterday. Cooper stepping straight out of the cadet classes into the KA2 category, taking his first ever AKC heat race victory. Anashay Manu, it will start on the second row of the grid. Then it's Mangano, Bresnahan. Then Tomaso, Jai Flynn out of 8. Row number 5, Burke McGill. And then it's Tombleson, Singh, Carson out of 13, and Huth, Lammers, Miles Baker, Maxi Kerwin out of New Zealand, Conrad Garrow, the Singaporean, Melbourne-born racer, Jack Bartlett, Seth Comer, Harry Burke, Rajan Jan, Luca Wasley, Powers and Dominic Benedict out of Indonesia, Levi Dissel, Balaam Pease, then Jake Ristel, the Finnish Australian, Wrigley, Risman, Rule, Luke and Luca. That is your field. Big crowd building here in Melbourne. We are only about 10 minutes away from the city centre. You'll see the Melbourne skyline in the background during our coverage. Alongside me today, we've got Alice Buckley, a former competitor in this championship, who'll be bringing you some colour pieces behind the scenes with some of our superstars of karting in Australia and around the world. Set for a start in Heat 4 for KA2. We are go. Down to turn 1. This is always a nervous moment at this very venue. The number 9 gets pushed wide a little bit. Cuts a little bit of the grass, but it's Liam Carr who leads the way. He's really hit the ground running since the start of 2025. This youngster, he's been part of our championship for a few years now. Based out of Sydney. They go through the left-hander, Folly into second spot. Out of the Max's corner and onto the SP Tools. Front straight away they go. The 23 of Max Mangano, he's had a solid start. He's up into third spot. Campbell's dropped back to fourth position. He's definitely looking to come toward the top of the championship this year. He told me when he stepped into KA2 last year that he was there to win it. It didn't pan out that way for him. But this year he's got the refreshed focus of OTK and a Tony Kart Australia operation. One of the OTK executives is here with us in Melbourne this weekend, checking on proceedings. They changed operations to be under the watchful eye of Troy Hunt, 5-time Australian karting champion. Folly under the pump here now from Ayrton Damaso. He's dropped back a spot there. Damaso trying to work his way forward. He's one of those guys who's been there or thereabouts for a number of years, but just cannot seem to get it together when it is all required. Down the front straight away they go. Gee, I tell you what, Max Mangano, the Kart Republic, number 23. Oh, he's on a tear. Car runs wide. That gave Mangano an opportunity. Access denied. So Car leads away, but now we've got a battle in 3 up the front. Oh, Mangano's got to be careful here with the moves that he tries to make, because Hamish Campbell is quite tall for his age. Only 13 years of age is Campbell. Sitting there in third position through the left-hander. It's Carr from Mangano, then Campbell, Folly and Tomaso, Bresnahan. Then it's McGill, Burke, Flynn and Manu. Rounding out your top 10, so Anashay has dropped back through the order very slightly since the start of this race. Coming down to 4 minutes plus 1 lap left in this one. As Lee explained earlier on, a new focus in our race format. We're going to timed races, which has proved to be crucial throughout the course of this weekend. A problem there for the 99. That was Poppy Rule. Looked like she was in a bit of bother down there as well. Down the front stretch, Cars earned himself a little bit of breathing space, but not much. Have a look at this charge. We've got about 8 of them nose to tail. Tyson McGill trying to move forward. He had a DNF yesterday afternoon. If you joined us, if not, the on-demand footage is available online. Oh, Bresnahan jumps over the back of Damaso and continues on. Now here we go. Our top 4 absolutely nose to tail. We've got a couple of special guests lined up to come and join us throughout the course of the afternoon. It's fantastic to be bringing you the coverage of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship live and free once again. Oh, down to look on corner. Campbell says, thank you. I'm going to second. He executed that move beautifully. He'll be racking up the frequent flyer miles this year, heading across to Europe to be karting Australia's representative at the FIA Academy. Out of the Max's corner they go. McGill down in 7th spot with the quickest lap of the race. One of the many CXR races here. The team based out of the Sunshine Coast. They've been incredibly vocal. They've been right near our central broadcast position throughout the course of the weekend. They're an ever-growing team. Certainly one of the most professional outfits in the country. Clyde Burke up to 8th spot. Had a bit of a wretched day yesterday. Has made the move to a Birillard chassis under the Cali course paddock area. And Jai Flynn rounding out your top 10 as they sit. Now Bresnahan with the quickest lap of the race. Car holding on to the lead, but look out, here he goes. Campbell up the inside, and the Gold Coaster takes the lead. Getting a little bit of a nudge there was Campbell from Car. Car won the Stars of Karting event here a few weeks ago. Campbell, it didn't go his way. This is the first, I've seen Hamish race these Tony Karts a few times this year already, and the first time that I've seen him look entirely at home with it. The battle's on for third as well. Mangano driving out of his skin, looking for his best ever heat race finish in a KA2 race here this afternoon. But he has the Flying Folly right behind him as Car decides to go back to the race lead. Oh, Mangano, he takes advantage up the inside. That was tight. And he goes to third now. Or back to third on Folly. Folly was the opportunist in that one. Out of the final turn, onto the front stretch. Damaso. He's part of the Empire Kart Sport team this year. Made the move across to there. He's based out of New South Wales. A team based out of Queensland. And he's dropped back a spot to the Tasmanian Bresnahan, who, while he's driving the same red and white kart as the one in front of him, he is part of the satellite team, J&D Racing, that is operated by Supercars pilot Nick Percat, who's had some happy times down this way in Supercars, certainly at the Grand Prix event a few weeks ago. Final lap in this fourth and final heat race for KA2 KZ2 to come up very shortly. And it's Car who's got the advantage in this one. Nearly 7/10 of a second up his sleeve, and it's done. The quickest lap of the race as Folly's gone for a big move to try and get third. And he has done at this stage. Whether it stays like that as they come to the checkers, that is to be determined. But Liam Carr continues on his merry way. Oh, there's been a big one further back. Been a massive incident coming out of the final turn. It was Bresnahan. He is on his feet, which is the good news. As they come down the hill and finish things off. We'll recap our top three for you there. That's Liam Carr, Hamish Campbell and Cooper Folly. We'll just take a short break and be back soon here. You're watching the first round of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship.
I come from the north of Italy, and I came here for the first round of the Australian Championship because I got invited from my friend Henry Johnston. It's my first time to Australia, yeah, and I liked it pretty much. It's it's a pretty good country. Here it's like more living the sport to have fun, and I like that very much. The competition, the other drivers are very competitive. Yeah, the track is only quite difficult to understand. It's not easy like to Italy, because we in Italy have much wider tracks and longer tracks, and they are pretty easy to understand. The biggest challenge, yeah, to get confident as quick as possible with the track, because I never saw it.
You're also teaming up with EKS?
Yeah, it's a new brand to Australia. We have our importer here, John. He does a quite good job, I would say, because we are many drivers here.
Any plans to come back for any of the other rounds of the Australian Kart Championship?
Yeah, I would like to come back, but only finding the time to come here is not quite easy because the trip is quite long and intense.
Welcome back here to Todd Road for the opening round of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship. The good news from the incident that we just had is that our driver is on his feet, but just in touch with our medical team to be safe and for sure. And joining me up in our broadcast area is a young Australian who's come through that KA2 category, now headed over to the US on a regular basis, putting together the frequent flyer miles. G'day, Brad Benjamin. How's it going?
Oh, really good. Nice to be here while I'm home. Amazing to be able to just come down and see what's happening.
And you're putting your hands on the tools, I understand, this weekend a little bit.
No. I think I'd get thrown off it, and there'd be a wheel falling off it if I did that.
Oh, okay. Me, if I was to do the same thing. Yeah, so tell us exactly what you're up to. I mean, you've come out of KA2. We just saw a big incident. You had a big one yourself in Western Australia, actually, a couple of years ago. That was one of the best ones I've seen.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah. So what are you up to these days, man?
Just racing USF 2000 in America, so that's on the road to Indy. So we race on the IndyCar weekends. We're like the junior series. It's hard to there's no real reference to Europe because it's like 4 seconds quicker than an F4 and like 3 seconds slower than an F3. So it's a little bit in the middle.
Yeah, but
in terms of how you'd reference that.
But if you follow American racing. Most people know like the road towards Indy, NXT, and then into the NTT IndyCar series that Lockie Hughes, who come out of our championship, is exactly on the same pathway now, and he was racing what you were racing.
Yeah, exactly. Lockie's doing really well over there. Came second. It's all going well for the Aussies at the moment over there.
You ended up a couple of weeks ago over there in St. Petersburg in Florida. I've been there myself. It's a cool racetrack. Not so sure about the city, but a cool racetrack around an airport. Some impressive boats around there as well. How did that all go?
Yeah, that was really good. It was amazing just to do my first street race was really cool. And also to be racing on the IndyCar weekends and just being, in the vibe of it all was amazing. So I managed to qualify fifth. It was amazing how close the top 5 was. We were like 1/10 between top 5. Got taken out in race 1, which happens, and then managed to come 5th in race 2 again. So all in all, it was a good weekend.
Yeah, well, I've got a moment before we go to the KZ2 race. We've actually got a replay here of the incident that happened towards the end. Actually, we're going through a Castrol catch-up, so highlights of that KA2 race here. They go down through the first turn. There's a bit going on up the front there. Tell us what you're looking at here, Brad. There's a bit happening.
Yeah, just looking at really what the drivers are doing, where they're placing their karts, because you can see a lot about what they're thinking. There's a really aggressive move, so you can see the mindsets of the drivers, how they're feeling about their karts. If they're happy with their kart, they'll be a little bit more poised, a little bit more comfortable. If they think that they're on the back foot, they'll start being a bit more aggressive with the blocking, the passing. So it tells you what they're thinking.
Yeah, for sure. Stay with us now because we're just about to go absolutely crazy with this KZ2 race. Yesterday, Moritz Ebner, our Italian visitor, has just hit Australia with an absolute bang. You'd see what he was up to yesterday. Is amazing.
Yeah, no, that was really cool. But I think it also shows how good and how good the name is for the AKC, that you have people like Marin Kremer's coming down and more Italians. You know, it's shows you how well renowned the championship is.
Yeah, 100%. Moritz Martin Kremers was a long-time racer in the KZ2 Championship from the Netherlands, went on to become a world champion, now a factory driver over at Tony Kart, I think he's still at, over there in Italy, and chasing the European scene around the world. But these machines, if you've never seen them before, you are in for a real thrill. When they come around the next time, they will stop on the front straightaway, and then we will let them fly. 6-speed gearboxes, around 50 horsepower underneath the right foot. They always put on a show. If you're not near the fence and you haven't seen it before, make sure you do. If you're joining us for the first time on our live stream, strap yourself in, because this is going to be very, very cool. As they come around, Ebner, he took out all 3 races yesterday, so he will start on the front row, right in front of the EKS team. In fact, Jay Cooley was solid in the heat yesterday out of the J&D squad. Guest on the second row as well. As they start to come to a standstill. Who is it going to be this time? Jimmy Golding in now on the second row, of course, the driver of the Newlon Premier racing machine in the Supercars Championship. We are now set for a start. Will Ebner get the fly like he did yesterday? Off the front row, or will Cool get him on the run to turn 1? Ebner is quick off the line, and he takes the line into turn 1. Golding slots himself into third. Scott Chaston, he's in one of his best runs in KZ2. He gets himself into 4th position. Nick Mitic to West Australian's got a great start. One's lost a whole heap of ground there. That could have been Webster in the Kart Republic, I think. And oh no, Dicker stopped again. The big story from yesterday. The reigning Australian champion out of Western Australia. No, is that? No, maybe this, actually, apologies, that may be the second flat out kart century as they come down the front straightaway. We'll pick that up for you. No, indeed. I do apologise. Sam Dicker out on circuit still. Another one's gone. They're falling like flies in the early stages of this one. And we've gone full course caution. If this is your first time watching the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship, this is our version of a safety car. If there is an injured driver or a kart in an unsafe position, which is the case right now, having a kart in the unsafe position, we will put them under the control of the race leader, who is Moritz Ebner. Then it's J. Cool Golding still in third. Then Chasta Mitic into P5. Dylan Guest. And then Jack Preston and Josh Denson. As I said, it's been a crazy start, Brad.
Yes, as KZ always is. Saw a few interesting things. I think a lot of the reason why Webster's back there, I was watching him. I think he got his left side tyres on the grass on the way into turn 1. Got a lot of wheel spin out of turn one, and then and I think he had some contact with Dicker on the way into the flip flop. So and then he was out on all the dust on the outside. So it was a hectic start for him.
Bit of work to do. Corey Minton, Tommy Hunter were the drivers involved in that incident as they walked back, dusted, busted, and disgusted. We are going to go green again as the sun starts to poke itself through here this afternoon at this Todd Road facility. You've done plenty of laps here. It's a great place to race, yeah?
Yeah, I've grown up here. I've been driving here since I was 6. So yeah, no, it's a great place to drive. It's very good. You know, the city in the background, and it's a very good circuit. Come here most years for the nationals and the city of Melbourne, the states maybe, but it's it's a great circuit and I really love it.
We're back under green. It was a bit of a dog's breakfast on the way down to turn number 1. They were going left, right, centre, 3 wide, everywhere else, but everyone managed to survive. Down to the left-hander at the LeConte tyre corner. The official tyre of KZ2 Racing is Golding. Has a run here on cool. Taking no prisoners is Jimmy G. He goes up into second spot now. Oh, no. Oh, big one. That was Medic.
Yeah, it looks like he just ran wide off the double right if he got pushed. And then, yeah, straight up the hill and gone.
Not a happy camper, you might say. And one's just speared off into the gravel at turn number 1. That's the number 25 machine. It's Bailey Sagadak. So not the start to the season that Sagadak would have liked. His move over to Birrell with support from RKD this year. Working our way through the left-hander up over the hill. Still Moritz Ebner trying to extend on that lead as they come down for turn number 1. Golding in second. Geez, Golding would love to put one over the Italian, wouldn't he?
Yes. Yeah, being the big name coming over from Europe. Yeah, everyone here between Jay, between James, between everyone that's near the front and in a chance of winning would love to be able to put one over.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen such an impressive international joined the SP Tools KZ2 Championship. And I've got to say that straight out the box, Moritz was on it. We heard from him earlier on in our package there. And, that's what he's paid to do. He's a professional driver, professional test driver for this chassis manufacturer.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about karting. Demo work is stopped and out. But yeah, no, that's the great thing about karting is that you can you can make somewhat of a living off of it if you grow up, if you're good enough. You see people a lot in Europe. Travis Sanudo, Ebner, as we see here. Kremers. There's a lot of people. Turney. There are a lot of people that can make a living out of driving karts.
Yeah, 100%. So go past the stricken Bailey Sagadak machine. And there's the number 36. It's like a rubbish dump full of very expensive machinery out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a crazy start. Not what I was expecting from KZ.
No.
But I've noticed, a lot of people just not being able to turn into turn 1. I don't know if there's something on the track or what's causing that, but there were a few laps there where people just could not stop and turn the car.
It's been a bit of the order of the day. I've been watching all the other heat racing. It's been going on before we came live to air, and it's just been an action zone since basically we got here this morning. Yeah,
I mean, his last round was Oakley that was August last year, so what's that? That's 6 months, 6.5 months of everyone's testing. There's still, there's a summer series. There's a lot of racing to do, but it's not the race for the green plate, and that's what everyone wants. So,
yep.
So yeah, there's a lot of dogs being kept in the cage. As there's another one in the double right in the fence.
Yep. That doesn't look ideal. No.
No. Yeah, no. There's a lot of dogs being kept in a cage, and now they are released. So
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't quite pick up the number of that driver that was involved. I think it could have been the 22. No, in fact, it was Jay Murray in the 33, who is now out of commission in this one. 1:35 plus 1 lap left in this race. Through the left end of the go. The majority of these guys were here just a couple of weeks ago for the Stars of Karting event. Golding got second. As I was sort of saying before, he definitely wants to go one better in the final this afternoon. Golding still second now. Then it's cool. Scott Chaston. He's driving out of his skin this weekend. In 5th spot, it is the West Australian Dylan Guest. And in position number 6, Jack Preston. Had a problem in qualifying yesterday, then started pushing his way through.
Yeah, just watching this front battle here, it looks like Golding definitely pushing a lot harder and a lot narrower into the corner than Ebner. So I think, yeah, might need to just push back on that, because you'll watch Ebner very smooth. Golding, yeah, definitely seems like he's just pushing the entry and just sliding a little bit. Yeah, compared to Ebner and Ethan Cool for that matter.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. It's been a big effort from the team at EKS. Joe Ty, who's hooked up with Henry Johnstone. Henry's been working flat out down there on the Ebner Kart throughout the weekend, and it's really paying dividends. They've put a lot into it as we pick up on this battle. Webster pushing his way forward. He's on the tail of Chad Moore.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a messy race for Webster. You know, from the start, he's run wide a few times. He was just in the gravel in turn 1 that last lap. So, yeah, it seems like he's struggling a little bit. But, yeah, no, he's a good driver. So, I'm sure he'll...
Yeah, he qualified on pole yesterday, had an incident with Sam Dicker, then got rubbed out of race number 1. And it's kind of been a push to get back towards the front at the moment. So, Ebner leading by 0.45 of a second. As they come to the line, I'll get the last lap board now. Had a quick chat with him yesterday, and he's been very impressed by what he's seen coming out to Australia. He said it's a relaxed atmosphere. I don't think he's been around the pit area too much.
Yeah.
Ain't a relaxed atmosphere here at the moment, let me tell you. Yeah.
I'm sure, you know, when you're just the driver, it's all good, but I'm sure as you go down, you know, you go to your Cadet 9, Cadet 12, you know, KA3s, you start to see the karting dads come out a little bit more.
Oh, no, they're well and truly out there, yeah, that's it. As the checkered flag comes out, Moritz Ebner makes it 4 from 4 here this weekend. James Golding second. He's got himself set up nicely for the final. Then it's Jay Cool. He's looking very good as well. Behind Cool.
Yeah, and then Preston as well with the fastest lap by just about a tenth. So very quick in that cut.
Not a problem. Then in 6th spot was Jack Preston. As we wait for the official results to come up, here's Moritz coming back into the team. Ebner from Golding and Cool. We're going to head across to the replay of that incident in KA2. Brad, thanks for joining us. Good luck. You're back to America next week. And go get 'em, son, and wave that Australian flag high over there.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, guys.
So there they are down on the in-grid after that. We caught up with James Golding a little bit earlier on in the weekend.
Obviously, yeah, love doing karting. It started off here when I was younger, and I've pretty much been doing it ever since I started when I was 8 years old. I had a couple of years off when I first went into Super 2, but yeah, couldn't keep away. Got a KZ2 and did a couple of races here and there, and then the last sort of 5 years or so I've tried to do as much of the full Australian Championship. Last year I couldn't do it. There was a couple of races that clashed, but yeah, back in it this year, so loving it. A lot of guys start off in karting to try and get into cars, and as you said, myself, being in cars already, a lot of people wouldn't expect to be still in karting, but for me, I do it because it's good for fitness. It's really fun. It's a lot more laid back. I just love being able to, get on the tools and stuff and really put in myself, and there's no one else to blame at the end of the day if I don't get it right. It's pretty fierce. KZ2, it's pretty crazy how tight the times are in qualifying, and the racing's super fierce, so I love it. The speed as well, it actually feels faster than the supercar because of the size of the track and how quick you go around. So for me, when I hop in the supercar, actually it feels like slow motion a bit. So it's good. It's hard fun racing, and a lot of young guys. It's good to see.
The competition is really, really good. It's one of the best in the world.
Karting is definitely the hardest and fierce racing. So yeah, I just love it.
I'm so proud of everyone who has made this championship achieve what has been able to achieve this year. The racing has been some of the best in the world.
The competition is a lot more tough.
Race hard, race fair, and let the best car win today.
Well, we're here for one reason, and it's not to come second.
One more corner to go. Brad Jenner comes onto the straightaway, and he becomes the 5-time Australian champion.
There was some of the emotion, the colour and highlights of our 2024 championship. What a championship it was. We are now in year number 10 of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship era. That gives the opportunity. Yesterday was absolutely frantic. Let's have a look at some of the highlights as to what took place. And this is how it all kicked off. Absolute madness down to turn number 1. It's been a crazy run. There's the first start from KZ2. Just Moritz Ebner just taking off down through there. There was Sam Dicker getting unloaded at the first turn. Then we're now... It's a bit of a funny day yesterday. We had a very light sprinkling of rain, which really threw the cat amongst the pigeons in the KA3 Junior Heat races, because our fastest drivers from Friday practice came out whilst it was at its wettest. Cadet 9 had a few dramas down at turn number 1. Really looking forward to their final a little bit later on this afternoon. These youngsters, you are really going to enjoy it if you weren't with us throughout the course of yesterday's heat racing. When the big points are up for grabs, it is going to be game on. It's literally been game on since practice, to be quite fair. Oh, one gets a little bit high and wide. So, this is what we were watching yesterday. It was all happening out there. We just have not stopped since we got into Melbourne. Earlier this month, we had 2 of our drivers that were special guests at the Formula One Australian Grand Prix in an initiative between Karting Australia and the Australian Grand Prix Corporation called the Team of Tomorrow. Let's get an insight into our youngsters with Alice Buckley.
You recently did an experience at the Oz GP. Can you tell us a little bit about that and your experience?
Well, it all started at Oakley Top Guns, where the top 5 boys and top 5 girls all got to go into an interview process. And we got to speak with Lee, the CEO of the Australian Grand Prix, and a couple others from the Australian Grand Prix Corporation. And they picked the top boy and top girl to go to the F1 representing karting as the team of tomorrow. Walking down the Melbourne Walk, signing autographs, and doing painting with Alex Albon and Carlos Sainz. It was a bit unbelievable seeing how many people came to watch. It was it was kind of crazy also being up there with the drivers.
It was really great, really fun. One of the best things I've ever done. Got to meet a lot of the drivers. Obviously, like they said, live like an F1 driver, which was the whole idea, and it went really good, ran really smoothly, and it was really fun.
So does that give you a little bit more confidence coming into this weekend, getting to talk to a few of those drivers?
Yeah, it just... Every time I'm on the grid or going out to race, I think of it and I go and I take in their words of advice.
So welcome back to Todd Road. We are not too far away from finals time here at the opening round of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship. We can't wait to bring it to you. We saw some of the action from Cadet 9 yesterday afternoon. They're about to hit the track. Their final's over 12 minutes and 1 lap. The tension is at an absolute peak down there. Here they come. They enter the racetrack now. These youngsters chasing down the first final win of the season. And here's the grid. Milan Sami, he's been on fire throughout the course of the weekend. Hudson Kelly has done enough after a difficult weekend to come into second spot. Ari Jamal in to third as we roll through the grid here. Tester was quick in our earlier heat racing. There's Morell and Gobourne in his first Australian Kart Championship event. Hemina Moon, then McGrath. Harry Lack, the Queenslander, down in 18th spot. Because driving the Paralin. Now a factory driver for the Paralyn factory. Then on field as they come all the way through. Said before, 12 minutes plus a lap here. Sammy and Kelly on the front row. Gemel and Sim on row number 2, Balboa. And Cooper Gemel on row number 3. They're into their line of 2x2. The first final of 2025 set for dispatch. What is going to take place here? Up over the hill, keep your eye on turn number 1. Getting set for a start now. We are away. Oh, Sammy. He went deep, but it's Kelly from the outside who takes the lead from Felix Sim. Hudson Kelly, the third generation racer. He leads away through the opening corners as they head down toward the left-hander at LeConte Corner. So Sim on the back of Hudson Kelly here as they work their way through. Sammy back to third spot. We've seen him in this position throughout the weekend. Kelly runs it wide. And he's left himself open to Felix Sim. Down the inside goes Sim to the race lead. Kelly will try and go back up the inside here. The door gets shut on him. Then Sammy in third, Ari Jamel. He's been fast. Like Kelly, had to come from the back of the field in the first 2 heat races through yesterday after a technical issue during the course of qualifying. And now the 51 of Kelly has been shuffled back through the order. Cooper Gemel in the 20 making some ground. Down the front straight away they go. Cooper Gemel on fire here. He's battling it out with Milan Sami. Correction, Ari Gemel in the 20. Cooper in the 10. Through the left-hander at LeConte now. With Ari making his way forward, wall one gets out into the grass and avoids the wall. That was a number 12 machine of Max King. That's a shame for him to drop down the order. Jamal and Sammy are in a fight here. Felix Simmer said, see you later. I am OUT. Kelly makes a move down into the first turn. Goes into third spot. Next one on his list will be Gemel. Cooper in the green helmet. There he's trying to make some ground, and behind them as Marley and Jong are battling it out. Jong making his move. Felt right through there, but Felix Sim up the front. See you later. He is well and truly out of here. 8 minutes and 55 seconds remaining in this one. Great to have your company wherever you're watching us. Throughout Australia and around the world, you're watching the first final of Cadet 9. All of these drivers between the ages of 7 and 10. Now with Kelly sitting there in third position and subsequently trying to protect third position. Unfortunately for him, that allowed Milan Sami through at the LeConte corner, who's moved into that position. Out of the Maxis corner, Maxis, the official tyre. of Cadet 9 racing. Of course, Max, this is known right around the world, particularly in the off-road area and motorcycling, but especially here in Australia in karting for supplying to some of the most popular categories throughout the country, Cadet 9 and Cadet 12. 7 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Kelly trying to fight back here as he chases down the back of Milan Sami, looking for the podium. Sami said, not yet, you don't. But up the front, it's game on. Felix Sim had that huge lead, but Ari Gemmell has closed it right down. He was 3/10 quicker than him last time. Now he goes for the race lead and takes it. So Gemmell leads away over Felix Sim, or does he? Because Sim is fighting back here and retakes the lead. Brilliant. And now Gemmell comes back at him. But what that's done, it's closed up the group of three behind. So we now have a race in 5 for the first round of the Australian Championship. Down the back stretch they go. Sim holds onto it. Gemmell goes up the inside. Nice move there. Stuck to the outside. Will be Sami as Kelly is now looking to go into position number 3. Ooh, gave him a bit of a short back and sides. I think it was Sami that got into Kelly there as they come down the front straight away. The new orders, Gemmell, Sim, then Chong, followed by Sami. Then Balboa got through on Kelly, so it was Kelly that got well and truly hung out to dry. Now the two third-generation racers, Bob Bowen and Kelly, are lying astern. Great to see the Rocket Rod Bowen here with this weekend. Also RJ's uncle, Toby, and father, Roddy. Oh, bit of a tight run there from Sim. But Gemmell shut the door. He's just crafted a great weekend, has Ari Gemmell, after the disappointment of qualifying. He's just kept his head down and worked it forward. Well, these drivers with the Vortex Mini Rock motor, a 60cc air-cooled engine. We've got a little restrictor on it as well. 100 kilos minimum driver and cart weight. 5.5 minutes to go. There's a race in 4. RJ Balboa at the top of your screen. He's trying to fight forward to get himself on the back of this battle for the podium. Milan Sami in 4th spot there, the 72. Paralin Kart, the quickest on circuit. A new quickest lap from him, a 45.225. Down the front straight away they go. Zhong in the Rush Performance Machine. This is the highest that he's been up the order all weekend long. Through the Castrol flip-flop they go. Zhong having a look there. The door didn't open for him, and it's cost him some momentum. So Sami goes up the inside, but he cops some ripple strip. Now that's brought RJ into the battle for the podium, and Kelly back into the fight as well. Gemmell leading from Sim. Through the Max's corner, down the front stretch they go. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Gemmell leading by 0.378 over Sim. And now it's closed up in that battle for second spot. And now moving into second place, it is Sami. Can he close the gap here to Gemmell? He's been the form driver of the weekend. Has Milan Sami. Felix Sim sitting down in 3rd position. Can Zhong fight back? This is a fascinating fight with 3.5 minutes to go. Zhong back up the inside. He goes to 3rd. Oh, Kelly. He's got the elbows out. That's given Balboa a place over Felix Sim. Milan Sami a 1/10.5 quicker than Gemmell, including the pass to get into P number 2. Wow, that was close. This is only the beginning of our finals, folks. We're catching up with our winner at the completion of it. But we're still a long, long way from that, particularly in Cadet 9 racing. Through the turn number 1 for Castrol they go. Zhong holding on to this podium position. Jamie Rush and the Rush Performance team down there, keeping a close eye on what Ryder is up to. Sammy's got the race lead down to .433. He was nearly 0.2 faster than Gemel the last time by. He's got the time to do it if he wants to with 2 minutes on the clock. Kelly now having a look for third on Zhong. Down the inside, does it. And that leaves the door wide open for Balboa. Now it's on for the race lead. Here we go. Ari Gemel leading the way. Sami's been just chipping his way forward. Now he's right on the tail of the race leader. He's got the speed up his hand or in his right foot, whichever way you want to look at it. And now it goes up the inside. Sami gets it done. Milan Sami leading the way. He's chasing his first ever Australian Kart Championship victory. Here's the battle for the podium. Hudson Kelly, the son of Owen Kelly. RJ Balboa, the son of Roddy Balboa. Who's going to get there first? AKC podium out of that lot. Can they go better than just a podium? That's absolutely possible with a minute plus a lap to go. Sami's starting to go defensive already. They've got a couple of laps left remaining. Gemel goes to the high side. Oh, Kelly has a look up the inside. Nothing doing. Balboa goes wide after setting the quickest lap. That's allowed Zhong through. Over the top they run. Out of the Max's corner. He's already looking over his shoulder. It's Milan Sami. There'll be a couple of laps left to go. He tries to block it. He holds on to it. The TH number 51 of Hudson Kelly having a very good look at the two in front of him. This is epic, this final. And it's not over and done with yet. Down to the LeConte corner. Gemel tries for the switchback here. Driving the Kart Republic machine. Going very defensive is your race leader. That's not going to assist him in the long term. Through the left-hander they go. Now across the top. Our time has expired. They will get the last lap. So here it is. 931 metres to go to win the first round of the Australian Championship. Gemel went very deep. Oh, Sami's run wide. That opens the door. Up the inside. Oh, Sami still holds on. That was incredible. What driving, what racecraft from these youngsters. You forget how young they are. God, Gemel got a good run. Oh, he's into the back of him. He was into the back of Sami. Oh, the elbow's out. Oh, into the fence hard. That was huge. Over the top, I'm pretty sure that was Kelly. We're just waiting for them to come around. Who's going to get the victory? Sami holding on as they come to the line. And it's Sami. Milan Sami gets it done over Ari Gemel. Then Felix Sim gets in for third. Balboa with the quickest lap. Then it's Marley, followed by Cooper Gemel. Hagen Moon gets up to seventh. Then Tester. Then it's Jet Goburn. Henman. Then King. And Spence Hall. Lackton McGrath. Oh my goodness. What a final lap. There's the results. It's Sami, Gemel and Sim. They got there in the end, but it was an incredible battle. You've really got to finish a feel for Hudson Kelly and Ryder Zhong. That was a big lick into the fence for young Kelly. 2 thumbs up it is from Sami after that. He is a very happy young man. Oh, gee, Felix Sim, he's gutted. Have a look at that. Sim getting out of the cart. They'll go, and each of our drivers will weigh themselves before we head to the podium. We're looking down the order. So here's our top 3 going through their final weight checks. It's much like watching the horse racing. We're just waiting for correct weight. I'm not hearing anything undifferent, so it looks like we are going to have our round 1 champion confirmed. Felix, he's absolutely filthy down there. He's Felix Sim. Milan Sami about to sign our wall of champions down there. There he is, a very happy young man. Getting our official photos. Gemel in second spot. Down with Tiff Kemp there from Karting Australia. Trying to get the hat right. And now he gets to sign the signboard. Our first round winner of the year. Might have to do a little bit of work on the autograph situation for Milan down there. That's a very, very tidy autograph, that one. Chris Dell from Maxxis Tyres Australia down there. Now the official photographer, Ben Rowland, gets a pic with the team for Pace Images. Felix. Not a happy camper for getting third. He's disgusted. So now we'll just have a quick look at the highlights of what was an amazing Cadet 9 final. Thanks to Castrol, the Castrol catch-up. There's a lot to unpack from that finale. And boy, oh boy, folks, that's only our first final of the day. What else are we going to see? If the heat races have been any indication, we are going to see an absolute set of barnstormers here. Gemel had the lead for a while. Sim had the lead for a long time in this one. Balboa was looking positive for a podium. Hudson Kelly, he was on for a round win, getting himself to third right there. So working their way through. Geez, it looked as though Sim was going to just absolutely run away with it. Then they caught up, and then it started. Once the whip started cracking, working their way across the top they go. And that was the end of days for Paul Ryder-Zhong and Hudson Kelly as they come to the line and Semi gets the win. It's now time to celebrate our Cadet 9 finalists. Here we are down at the podium arena with thank you to Divine Estate. Coming home in third place today, the driver of the number 6, Felix Sim. Our championship manager, Lee Henacek, down there presenting the trophies here today. Coming home in second place today, the driver of the 20, Ari Jamal. And your winner for the first time, the driver of the number 72, it's Milan Sami. So there they are, the top three from the opening round of Cadet 9 here at Todd Road. We're getting set for the celebrations. Some interesting body language going on up there on the podium, that is for sure. 2 Kart Republics and a Paralympic, that is certainly the way you want to get your championship underway when it comes to the Manufacturers' Championship. The Cadet 9, they absolutely love the champagne spray up there. We'll get their final photos here with Felix. Not a big fan of that, it looks like. So there's our top three as we get ready to cross down to Alice Buckley, who's going to catch up with our top place getters.
Third?
Yep, third.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Congratulations this weekend. Looked like it was very hectic. How do you finish up? How do you feel after that race?
Not the best result that we're hoping for. And yeah.
Yeah, still around podium. So do you reckon you can still be in it for the championship?
I'm only doing 3 rounds, so maybe not.
So you're just trying to get as many trophies as you can?
Yeah.
Congratulations anyway. That's still a third for the round. Congratulations. We'll move on to our second place getter. Congratulations. Looked hectic out there. Was that what you were expecting?
Not really.
Yeah, how do you feel? How are the emotions going?
Good.
Anyway, congratulations. We'll let you go to your parents. We'll move on to Milan, our round winner. We saw you at the start of the weekend. You did such a good job. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel good and I'm really happy.
Is that what you expected this weekend? You seemed pretty confident going into the round?
Yeah, I was nervous at the start, but then when you actually go out, you start to feel better and I feel good.
Awesome. Congratulations, boys. Go celebrate.
Thanks, Alice. Great stuff down there as we catch up with our winners. Getting ready for Cadet 12 to hit the circuit for their final. Again, utilising that Vortex Mini Rock motor. Max's tyres, and these guys, they're between the age of 9 and 13 years. This is one of our most hotly contested categories ever since we started the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship era. Jay Kostecki, he will start on the pole position. Damasceno on the outside front row. They have been right at the front of this one throughout the course of the weekend. Rest of the field, a capacity field that we've whittled down for this one this afternoon. Carter Grother makes it there. Sammy Van Buren, we heard from him a little bit earlier on in that package. So it'll be Kostecki and Damasceno on the front row, Mills and Singh on row number 2. Then Armit and Williamson, the two Ollies. They come together in our final heat earlier on today. They've amassed enough points to be on the third row. Casper Anderson, Alana Gurney out of H. She won 2 races yesterday. As they come around the top, Jasper Petouche on the 5th row, Paige Flack. Bit of work to Ethan Turnbull. He starts in 11th. He is fast, so keep an eye out for the number 72. Getting set for a start now. Can Kostecki make it 2 big wins on this very track in the space of a few weeks? Away we go, down to turn 1. Watch out, we're going 3 wide already. Oh, there we go. Williamson trying to make his way forward. He gets straight into the side of Singh. He went from one side of the circuit to the other. Down the back straight away they go. Kostecki leads the way. This has been a little bit easier than the last finally started this track. Come from 15th position to take the victory. $12 minutes for the Cadet 12s in this one. Down the front straight away they go. Oliver Armit. He's worked his way through from the 3rd grid position to currently be running in 2nd spot. Damasceno in the 32 is 3rd. And Alana Gurney, she's up from 8th spot to 4th. Paige Flack from 10th to 5th. Then Judah Moon from the 12th spot on the grid now. Then it's Petouche, Williamson, Singh and Anderson. That is how it sits at the moment. Down the front straight away they go. Armit's going to have a look here. Up the inside of Kostecki he goes. Damasceno goes as well. So Jay's back to 3rd. Working our way through the mid-sector. This is the top 4 in this Cadet 12 finalist. Damasceno, he took a race victory yesterday in the number 32 EKS outfit. He goes to the race lead over the Parlin. Parlin looking for 2 finals in succession after taking out that Cadet 9 final a little bit earlier on. The Energy Course, Cali Course machine of Kostecki in 3rd position. And watch out for Alana Gurney. She's been on the winning ways as Armit looks back up the inside. Oh, I've got the feeling that we've got another one coming, folks. Through the Castrol flip-flop. In 5th spot, it's Judah Moon. Don't count him out just yet with 9.5 minutes left to go. Behind Moon, it's starting to fire up as well with Oliver Williamson making his way forward after being pushed back at the start of that final. Petouche into 8th spot. Harlem Bell inside the 10. Then it's Koda Singh back to 10th spot. So Damasceno holding onto the lead. Gee, you could put a cigarette paper between the rear and front bumpers. You could have put less than that when Oliver Armit made that move for the race lead as Damasceno goes on again. Now Kostecki goes back to 2nd. Armit trying to get a bump draft going there, Talladega style. Wasn't available at that point. I said watch out for a Moon. Now have a look where he is. He's up to 4th as he sweeps past Alana Gurney. These Cadet races are turning it on here this weekend at Todd Road down to turn 1. So now O'Moon up into a podium spot, but Armit, he'll fight back up the inside. You're watching our second final of the day here at the opening round of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship presented by Castrol. Cadet 12 it is. Up over the top, 7.5 minutes plus a lap to go. It's been a sensational weekend here in Melbourne. Now Coda Singh, who's got Williamson behind him, the two protagonists from turn number one. They've caught right into the battle for the lead as Damasceno and Kostecki pull away. But as we've already seen this weekend, that means absolutely nothing at this stage of the race. Now Kostecki won't make any sort of rash move throughout the course of this one. Down the front stretch they go. Moon still holding third. Now Oliver Williamson goes up the inside and he's made a spot further back. Took Jasper Patouche with him down through there. Casper Anderson down in 10th spot. Just on the quickest lap of the race. Took a race win yesterday. So down the front stretch they come now. Kostecki's going for the lead. He pulls out just under 6 minutes to go. And he takes it. Now we've got the battle in three as the Moon's closed it up. Watch out for Singh. Singh in fourth. Once he gets the opportunity, he'll certainly go for it. He's a dynamic young racer. Is Coda Singh driving a DAP kart this year. Has done plenty of racing in Europe. So Kostecki leads the way here. Just over 4.5 minutes left to go. It's Kostecki, Damasceno, then O'Moon, followed by Singh. Behind Singh, it's Armit, then Patouche, Williamson, Gurney, then Bell, Anderson. Williamson's on the move now, up to 6th spot. Brock Nolan gets himself inside the top 10, making the move to the Top Gun Racing Academy this year, the Townsville racer. Look at this, our top four. Nose to tail. Move coming from Damasceno. And O'Moon says, thank you, I'm coming too. And Singh, he's up to third, make that second. Oh, O'Moon gets sideways and goes back to fourth. And that's given Kostecki the opportunity to go back to third and get himself on the podium. Out of the Maxxis tyres turn. Maxxis, of course, the official tyre of Cadet Racing. Down the front stretch. All these drivers again using that Vortex Mini Rock motor, and isn't it giving us some entertainment as it has done over the years. Through the Castrol flip-flop they go. Oh, we ran a little bit wide, did Damasceno. Damasceno out of the Goulburn Valley Club, up there in Namurka, the Shepparton area in northern Victoria. A great little circuit is Namurka. Nice little pub in that area too. As we've got now Kostecki going to third spot. On O'Moon, they've squabbled quite a bit in this one. Now Armit's going to come back into the conversation. He was leading there for a little while, then disappeared. Now he's back. And look who is now sniffing out a podium in the green helmet. It's Oliver Williamson, the reigning Cadet 9 champion. Him and Ahmet, they were at it all year last year, and we were looking like we were going to get one of those battles here this afternoon. Hasn't eventuated just yet, but as they work their way around, can Damasceno get through and get the fight? There is a long time to go, as we saw in our previous final. As they come down the front straightaway, Singh goes down the inside, takes the lead. And here comes Kostecki. Can he get another round victory to his credit? This youngster, the big wins he's had here in Australia and over in Europe, he's building quite a resume for himself as Amoon goes back to third. You're watching the best young racers in Australia. Oliver Williamson took it 3 wide, then thought better of it. Decided he better sit back in the slipstream for a few more corners before he rises for another shot at this one. The top 2 have got an advantage now. Damasceno's going to go back to the lead. Singh didn't really offer too much of a fight there going into turn number 1. He'll know through the dash on his Kart that he's got over a minute and a lap left remaining in this fight. No doubt the team down there would have given him the drum as to how long this race is. Down the rock back straight away they go. Working our way up the hill. It's Damasceno leading from Singh. There's nothing in it between these carts. It is not going to take long for them to catch up. I thought Singh might have pulled out of the slipstream there. He actually surprised me a little bit. But Amoon's catching up ever so rapidly. The West Australian Kostecki behind him, of course. Supercar heritage of his brothers Jake and Kurt and Uncle Bush. Here we go. Now Amoon. He's closed it right in. They will get the last lap board this time, I think, as they come around. Oh, it's going to be very tight. Last lap board on display. So it's down to this for round 1 of the championship. Singh goes down the inside, but then Amoon says, thanks very much. I'll get 2 for the price of 1. Jude Amoon, he hasn't led this race at all. But if you are going to lead a race, there is only one that's important, and that is the last lap. And Amoon leads away. Now Damasceno back to second. Kostecki, he's sitting in 4th. Can he get himself on the podium? Oh, Kostecki goes to 3rd now. Through the left-hander. Jude Amoon leading the way. He made the decisive move. And now he is your round 1 champion. Jensen Damasceno. He's into 2nd. Then it's Kota Singh, followed by Patouche. Wow. They all come through there. Kostecki drops back to 7th in the end. I didn't see what happened to Jay Kostecki, but he got shuffled back to 7th spot at the end of all that. Oh my word. Haven't we got a Cadet 12 championship in front of us? Amoon, Damasceno and Singh, your top 3. Kostecki well and truly in the hunt. He'll be ruining that final lap. But what about Jude Amoon? He timed it to absolute perfection. There we are for the celebrations down in the podium area. He'll be ecstatic. Damasceno. Disappointment for Damasceno. What about the emotions that we're seeing? A beautiful shot down there in this area. Damasceno, there's great sportsmanship between these youngsters. He congratulates Jude Amoon for taking the win. Another one disappointed Down there is young Coda. He's filthy, is Damasceno. Have a look at that. That's what it means to take a round win of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship. They head into the Weybridge area. A top three getting weighed before our winner signs the wall of champions. There he is. He grabs the pen. Cool stuff. Junior Cadet, 12 round winner. We're about to see the smile as the helmet comes off. The team at Rush Performance, they'll be absolutely ecstatic down there this afternoon. Big smile there from Judah Moon, who takes out the victory. He's a born racer. Have a look at him. He's got the look in his eye, doesn't he? Damasceno grabs the Maxxis tyre hat. Now look back on the highlights of this Cadet 12 final with thanks to Castrol. Got away hit. Have a look at the start here. You had Singh and Williamson together. They actually had a bit of a bump there. Ollie lost a few spots. Both had to try and fight their way back forward. Damasceno taking the lead in that area. Kostecki, he grabs the lead. He was sitting solidly inside the top three, the majority of it. Armit was another one. And here is that decisive move from Jude Amoon to take that race lead and then convert it into an SP Tools Australian Kart Championship round victory with thanks to Castrol.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another level, one above me. Never to the brain, to the fucking brain. On another level, on another level, one above me. Never to the brain, to the fucking brain, brain. On another level, on another level, on another level, one above me. Never to the brain, to the fucking brain.
It's now time for the Cadet 12 podium here at round one of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship. Coming home in third position today, the driver of the number 83, it's Coda Singh. In second position this afternoon, it's the driver of the number 32. What a weekend it's been for Jensen Damasceno. And your round winner for the first time, it's the number 10 of Judah Moon. He made that decisive move on the final lap. Got through to get the winner. Smiles on the face. The cheers down there from the Rush Performance team. They're a very passionate team headed up by Jamie Rush. They will no doubt celebrate that tonight and will certainly be hoping for more as we go through the remainder of the afternoon here at Todd Road. Getting set for the champagne. We thank our podium partner in Divine Estates for their assistance. As now we go to Alex.
How do you feel? It obviously came down to the last lap. You happy?
Yeah, probably could have won if I was a bit smarter, but couldn't really. Made some silly decisions in the start, didn't really work out well, but we came out third and I'm still happy with that.
Yeah, well, you drove amazing. Congratulations. We'll move on to second place. Congratulations once again, came down to the last lap. What are your opinions? How do you feel?
It was a good weekend. It's good towards the championship, but obviously it's a 5-round thing, so we're just hoping to go like this at all rounds and then go for number 1.
Yeah, so take it step by step, so you're happy, obviously?
Yeah, pretty happy.
Yeah, congratulations. See you next round.
Thank you.
First place. Congratulations. Once again, came to the last lap. How are you feeling? Obviously, there's a lot of excitement. Saw Dad earlier.
Love my mum, love my dad. Love them. Had a great weekend.
Yeah, obviously, would you like to thank your team, sponsors?
Yeah, Rush Performance, the Wrap, Rain and Horn Commercial, all of that. Thank you.
Awesome. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
There are more than 60 karting clubs affiliated with Karting Australia throughout the country. All of these clubs are run by volunteers, and all of the officials at each of the hundreds of sanctioned events are also doing it voluntarily. From the club president to scales marshal, scrutineer to timekeeper, chief steward to chief bottle washer. They're all volunteers dedicating hundreds of hours each year to ensure that everyone can enjoy the sport of karting in a safe and fun environment.
We've got a small number of volunteers. It's really hard to get lots of things done. The more people we got out here, the more we can all get involved, we can all then race, or we can all, promote the sport and get more people out here and get better facilities. Everyone wins.
I always enjoyed racing. When I couldn't do it anymore, I wanted to keep involved in the sport.
Why do I volunteer? Because I want to make a difference in people's lives and to the club, to the karters and whatever else. And my son's been the president here. So I'm just passionate about giving back. And we're exhausted at the end of the day, but it feels good. It feels really good.
So I got involved through my son was racing, and then I started racing. We're in a very small club. So everyone that was racing was an official and volunteering. So yeah, that was how we got involved in go-karts.
I steward, clerk of course.
I've been the secretary. I'm actually on the committee, and I run the canteen.
The people. A lot of people have a lot of fun. The other officials, you have fun with them after the race meet, during the race meet. A lot of the competitors are good as well.
The best is seeing everyone enjoying themselves, and I'm part of it. I enjoy it too.
Seeing the kids progress, so you see them start off in Cadet 9s on their P plates. And yeah, how they progress over the time. Some of the kids have gone from you wouldn't think they're going to drive very good to coming into state championships and stuff like that. So seeing the kids develop, yeah.
To find out how you can get involved as a volunteer with your local Karting Australia club or a Karting Australia accredited official, visit karting.net.au or your local club.
Welcome back here to Todd Road. You're watching the opening round of the 2025 SP Tools Australian Kart Championship. We thank all of our wonderful volunteers and officials that come from right around Australia that make this sport click. We just had an insight into some of their different roles. We have our KA3 Junior final. What a weekend this has been. Braxton Regan on the pole, Geordie Butler in a 22 on the outside. Next will be Paddy Buckley and Luca Costanzo. Jai George, he was rapid this morning, so watch out for the 47 from 5. Then it's Riley Harrison. He's just been building a weekend around him as the young South Aussie. Maxie Johnson and Hudson Hughes, the next row of the grid. Then it's Cruz Petroni and Jack Larson as they roll on through. Who is this going to go to? Well, one's decided to have a little bit of a off on the grass because he got himself into his starting position. That was an interesting moment. I was sort of half seeing a Devlin DeFrancesco Scott McLaughlin moment from the Thermal Club a couple of weeks ago, potentially happening there. They come across the top. Many keen eyes on this KA3 Junior final. We are getting set for a start now. We are go. Down to turn one they come, and it's Regan and Butler on the outside. Good start from Buckley. Oh, the 15 has just gone straight over the top. One of those being Max Johnson. 15 of Cruz Petroni. He is going to attract the attention of our officials with the rear crash bar hanging off the back of that cart. Working their way up the hill on lap number 1 of our 12 minutes plus a lap. Down the front straight away they charge. It's Regan who leads from Buckley. The 55 machine of Costanzo goes to third, then places a wheel out on the dirt. The elbows are up and about in this KA3 Junior final as they always are. Buckley looking to get back on the top step of the podium. He does know what it takes to win these big races here in Australia. He's been there before and done it. Butler in third spot has looked quick all weekend. Costanzo has been good as well. All wheel off on the dirt for Regan. That's close him up. To the outside goes Buckley, but that leaves the door open for Geordie Butler to go to second and Costanzo to third. So Buckley goes back 2 spots in a row. Costanzo up the inside at the LeConte corner. He goes to second spot. Then they come together, the number 22 of Butler there. Then Jai George is in the mix now. It's a decent lead from Braxton Regan as they come across the top and down the front straightaway. Costanzo moving his way into second, a former Cadet star. He really hit the scene with a bang. There's the number 31 machine off to the side of the racetrack. And of course it's Baxter Jarrett. He's out of commission in this one. While I was looking at some information, Lucas Costanzo has jumped into the race lead and built about a 5 or 6 kart length advantage as they come around to complete another lap. We're coming down to the 9-minute mark. Oh, the 22 looks up the inside and goes to second. Oh, Buckley gets it sideways and loses about 3 spots there. The number 5 of Hannock's up the inside of him. Hannock moves his way into 4th place. 5th place, make that rather. So this has had some defining moments this lap in the story of this race. So Braxton Regan trying to fight his way ahead with Jai George on his tail. Hannock goes back another spot to the pro karting driver, being Zach Tucker. Now through the left-hander, we'll recap the order for you because a lot's changed. Oh, Tucker and Hannock still going at it. So it's Costanzo, Regan, George, Butler, Hannock, Tucker, then Buckley, Hart, Hughes and Saxel's your top 10. Regan taking a peek over the shoulder. Then as you could see, Jai George going, mate, come on, just go. We've got to try and catch down Lucas Costanzo. We're a second behind. But George has had a gutful of that and goes up the inside and moves into second. Onto the SP Tools front straight away. A bit going on at turn 1. It's hard to know where to look in this race at the moment. The one thing I can tell you is that Lucas Costanzo, he is well and truly on the way to his first race victory at this level in this category. You're watching the battle for second spot. Jai George, he's been fast all weekend long. He's in front of Braxton Regan and Geordie Butler. 5 minutes have expired in this one. Butler, the driver, out of Darwin in the Northern Territory. We have every state and territory represented in this championship, as well as drivers from New Zealand and throughout Asia as well. We've had Americans visit us. We've got a Frenchman in our championship this weekend, as well as an Italian. The world is watching the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship, and everyone is enjoying this KA3 Junior final. Give you a quick rundown here. Costanzo now leads by 1.1 seconds over Jai George. Then it's Braxton and Regan. Geordie Butler in fourth spot. Tucker and then Hennock. At back end of the top 10, it's Buckley, Hughes and Pitaro, as well as Chase Saxel, who rounds out your 10. Then Hart, Larson, Manson, Lakiti and Calbfell is your top 15 as they sit right now with 5 minutes and 50 seconds left remaining in this final for KA3. The action has been incredible throughout the course of the day. That's the gap from Costanzo in the lead. Back to George, Regan and Butler. Through the Castrol flip-flop. Now down through the LeConte corner. LeConte, the official tyre of KA3 Junior. Oh, George got a little sideways there. Down the front stretch they run. Costanzo's lead cut down to .952. It was a 41.095 that last lap for Costanzo, or 40.99966, I should say, for George. Regan, quickest lap of the race of a 40.898. So it's not over and done with yet, with 4.5 minutes and a lap to go. It's been a tough weekend, a grueling weekend of racing for all of our competitors. Practice throughout the course of Friday, straight into qualifying Saturday morning. Then 4 heat races through the weekend, and now this longer final. Taxing on the body. Friday certainly was incredibly hot and humid down here in Melbourne. Yesterday very warm and overcast, and pretty warm here this afternoon as well. As we hit the back straightaway, Costanzo, he takes a peek over the shoulder. Sitting at .734 at the moment. The gap from Costanzo back to George. You can start to see them on screen catching up to each other. George the Victorian. Something's happened there with Butler. Good battle pack going on here. Down through the LeConte turn. Headed up by the number 25 it is of Marco Manson, our New Zealand visitor. Jai George has had a storming lap there. He's taken 0.2 of a second out of Lucas Costanzo. It's down to .453, and now the race is forming up between this top group. Down to 2.5 minutes left remaining. Manson still heads his little battle pack here. Across the top they come. Down the front stretch, there's Lucas Costanzo, your race leader. George has cut it down to .252. He is punching on here. Braxton Regan, he's got pace as well. He's sticking with him. We are in for another cracking final finish here at the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship. 78 competitors entered this category this weekend, a championship record. Only one is going to win, but who is it going to be? Costanzo, he's under the pump now, well and truly, from Jai George. Out of the Max's corner they come. Oh, he's getting loose out there. Is Costanzo. The EKS Kart was very sideways on as he came out of the final corner. Through the right-hander now in the middle of the racetrack. He's actually responded here, has Costanzo, to the battle from George. Geordie Butler's dropped right off the back of it. Now he goes for the lead, does George, and takes it. So he leads the final for the first time. And being well and truly left on the outside was Costanzo, because Regan took advantage as well. And they get into each other on the front stretch. 50 seconds plus a lap to go. There'll be a couple more remaining before we see the checkered flag. George leading the way in the 47, looking for his first ever Australian Kart Championship round victory. So too Regan and Costanzo. Through the right-hander they go. It's anyone's game at the moment, but if these two really get into it, then Geordie Butler and Zach Tucker, who are nose to tail at the moment, they will certainly get involved in the fight as well. Costanzo doesn't look like he's got the pace as they go down the front stretch. He's lost a bit of ground to Regan. Down through the flip-flop they go. Our time has elapsed. We'll get the last lap board the next time they hit the SP Tools front straight away. Down the back stretch. Oh, Regan, he was having a look there. He was trying to set up some sort of manoeuvre. It didn't pay dividends. These youngsters have worked these Miami KA100 motors to the absolute limit. Down the front straight away they go. Last lap on display. It's just down to the next 800 metres approximately as to who will become our round one winner. Currently Jai George in front. There's 79 of Regan right behind him. Then Costanzo. Tucker's got past Butler further back. Now he goes for it, does Regan. This could be the impetus change that Costanzo needs. Oh, he goes deep down there. And George goes wide. He's dropped off the back of it. Up over the top of the hill. Regan will have enough here. One more corner to go. He comes down to the start-finishing line. And it is Braxton Regan who gets it done. What a drive to pull that off right at the end. Lucas Costanzo, he gets home in second. Then George, my goodness. There was a lot happening throughout that one, but Braxton Regan gets it done by 0.288 of a second. Pulling into the grid area the way the team was celebrating on the main straightaway. This is going to be a big one. Regan from Costanzo, George, Tucker and Butler. Buckley, he was at the front but drifted back. Hudson Hughes has been in the mix all weekend. George pulls up alongside. Down the order, several big names down that order have moved into KA3 for this year. In terms of GoPro offer, mandatory requirement that each driver has a camera on their kart. go to the weigh shed to get our top three. Three that will certainly be very happy to get their championship campaign off to such a strong start. They've been right in it since we hit the track in competition conditions yesterday. Nice congratulations there between Regan and Costanzo. We'll wait for correct weight on Braxton Regan before he signs the Wall of Champions. And the thumbs are up. So Braxton Regan's is our winner. He'll take the helmet off now. Remo Luciani, the importer of these Miami KA100 motors, down there getting the photo for the socials. Recently announced as a Hall of Famer by Karting Australia. Might need to do a little bit of autograph practice down here. As the top three getting their official photos as we go to the Castrol catch-up here for KA3 Junior. Man, there was a lot to unpack out of that. A lot of karts off to the side of the racetrack. See a couple come together there on the exit of turn number one. He was Buckley going to the outside. That was actually a crucial move for Buckley. Dropped him down the order a little and was never really able to recover from there. George having a look at Regan, who then says, no thanks, you're not doing that. I'm going straight back up underneath you. And Regan goes up the inside of George. Costanzo nipping at his tail, unable to do anything until he just says, I'm going through the second spot in no uncertain terms. Then down he comes. Braxton Regan getting the race win. It's now time for the podium for KA3 Junior here at round one of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship. Coming home in third place today, the driver of the number 47, it's Jai George. Coming home in second place today, it's the driver of the number 55, Lucas Costanzo. And your winner of round number one, it's a number 79, Braxton Regan. Down there at the Divine Estate Podium Arena, our top three, Braxton getting it done by nearly 0.3 of a second. You could hear the crowd roar down there as they celebrate the round victory. A very confident and happy young man down there is Braxton Regan. Lucas Costanzo, he's going to be a force in this championship. Braxton's won the race and he's won the champagne battle. It is non-alcoholic champagne, I must point out. And now we head down to Alice to catch up. What did they stop celebrating? Down to Alice to catch up.
We're here with our
top three.
third place go-getter. Congratulations. That was a hectic last lap. What were your thoughts? What were you feeling?
Oh, not much. Just trying to keep cool and calm. Just trying to keep fast. But yeah, Braxton did a bit of a better job there. So congrats to him.
Yeah, so is this your first podium? How do you feel?
Yes, it is. So I've only done one over AKC, so this is my first podium at one.
Yeah, so first round, first podium. That's pretty good tell for the championship. How are you feeling championship-wise?
Good. Not sure if I'll be doing the championship, but I'll be looking forward to it if I am.
Well, you've done an amazing job for your first round. Congratulations. We'll move on to second place. Once again, it was the last lap. What were you feeling? What was going on?
As these guys raced awesome all weekend. I saw one of them pass me, and I knew it was on from then. Great driving, they caught up. Just so happy to be here, and worked very hard for it. So,
yeah, obviously you had the pace. Who would you like to thank? Sponsors, team?
I'd like to thank EKS Kart Australia and EKS Kart, CC Racing for the amazing engine all weekend, my dad for doing all the mechanicking and support, Joe Ty from EKS Karts Australia for endless support and data help, and it wouldn't be possible without them all.
Yeah, awesome. Congratulations on second. We'll move on to first place. Braxton, oh my goodness, that was hectic. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel good. At the start, just kept making mistakes, then obviously got passed. Then I had to keep calm, hit my marks, and yeah.
Obviously, championship-wise, you've won the round. How do you feel going into this year? Will you can finish the AKC rounds?
Yeah, I will finish the AKC rounds, hopefully winning and keep up the good work.
Yeah, so what's your approach going forward? What are your thinks? What are your thoughts? What are you feeling?
Feeling good now. Know I have the pace, and Tom helping me all the way, and Pete fill up the cart, and yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Quickly, anyone you would like to thank for this weekend?
I'd like to thank Tom, my dad and my mum for bringing me down here, Pete for working on the cart, these guys for a good race, and all my teammates for supporting me through the weekend.
Awesome, congratulations.
Fantastic stuff down there. Thanks to Alice Buckley for joining us here this weekend as we review the celebrations down there in our KA3 Junior podium as we get set for our KA3 Senior race. Because to give you the insight, this is the senior version of the race that you just saw. So the older drivers, the IAME engine on board this one, along with the LeConte tyres, 15 years and older, to join into the KA3 Senior arena. KA3 Senior always produces at this venue, and I have absolutely no doubt that today is going to be one of those days as we wait for the gate to open down there and send them on their way. Looking forward to it. Jed Adamson, he's been on fire this weekend. He'll be a pole sitter. Josh Elliston tends to always be very strong at round number one. What about Will Thompson? He knows how to get the elbows up in a fight around this joint. So as they hit the track, we get ready to see the grid. Adamson on the pole with Elliston alongside. Then Thompson and Stasi and Bob Kennedy and Dominic Penman. The next row of the grid. Then it's Zach Findlay and Joseph Bilardo. Row number 5, Zach Turner and Cooper Fish. Matty Basso line up on the next row. Then it's Bilardo and Matthews. Speed and Lyle. Zach Hurd. Henry Stratford. Then it's Cooper Fifth, James Snaith. Toby Spinks and Rhea Roberts. Thomas Patrick, Imran Ali. Christian Sasso. Matty Feather down in 26. Then Jake Bradbury, Dalton Haroon. Jones, Flack, Ross, Wood. Crossingham. Then Guilfoyle, Radford, Rosso. Peters, Vukasic and Thompson. We are on track as the tension builds ahead of this final for KA3 Senior. Bit longer distance in this one, 14 minutes plus a lap for our senior drivers. Can Adamson keep his streak going from the heats? Auckland Elliston throw it out here at round number 1. There's any number of them that can come through. Annabelle Kennedy, she is in the mix. She's off overseas to represent Karting Australia at the FIA Karting Academy later on this year. Set for a start now. We're away. Down to turn number 1 they go. Everyone through there almost cleanly, which has been a rarity throughout today. One doing a bit of grass cutting there. Oh, a couple coming together in fairly dramatic fashion into the tyres. Bang! That was a decent shunt into the tyre barrier down there. Driver is up and on his feet. 26 trying to get back into the fight and does so. Over the top comes your race leader and down the front stretch. It's Adamson over Elliston. Then Thompson, Astasi, Penman up to P5. Then Pilato, Findlay, Kennedy and Turner. Then Basso. So Matty Basso, he's up a spot. He's made the move to seniors this weekend. The Castrol kid, as we like to call him. I suppose if you're a senior, you can't really be the Castrol kid anymore, can you? Working our way through the middle part of the race circuit. Jet Adamson wanting to try and open up a race lead over Elliston as they come down the front straightaway. Thompson having a look up the inside. The Sheppartonian, he takes the second spot away from the South Australian. Trust you're enjoying this coverage of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship presented by Castrol. If you weren't with us yesterday, you can catch up on all the action on demand wherever you found us. A terrific support from the industry coming into this weekend, as we always do, and the media outlets like Kart Sport News and speedcafe.com. Down the front straightaway they go. Fastest lap for Findlay. The Geelong racer sitting down in 7th position. It was a 41.121. One has just gone straight through the grass down at turn number 1. And that was Jack Steer. And a big problem there for one of the CXR racers into the barrier as he goes. Now Thompson's got plenty of speed here in the Kart Republic. It's been a good day so far for the team KR down the front stretch. He is all over the back of the 71. Oh, that's a decent one. Another one into the wall over in that part of the racetrack. So Adamson's still leading the way from Thompson, but now Astasi in a rush performance. Ultimate Kart Sydney, number 28, closes in. Elliston's dropped back to 4th spot. Penman's still sitting there in 5th. Watch out for Dom. He's been very solid over recent times in the lead-up to the AKC Championship starting. New team for him this year over at Empire Kart Sport. Behind them, it's Joseph Pilato. Gee, he's made some ground from the 8th spot. Then Findlay, Turner, Pilato and Basso. It hasn't really changed at the back end of the top end. It is starting to concertina a little bit, though. Ten minutes remaining. Gee, it's been a wild 4 minutes in this one. Down the front stretch they go. The next time we will be in action with the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship will be May 3 and 4 at Murray Bridge in South Australia, the Minato Karting Complex. Then it's off to Newcastle the 14th and 15th of June. before we head up north to Ipswich in Queensland, the 26th and 27th of June. Then we create the ultimate commotion by the ocean in Coffs Harbour on the 6th and 7th of September. That is the calendar for your 2025 SP Tools Australian Kart Championship. And you'll be able to join us with all the action live and free throughout that time. Down the front straight away they go again. I thought Thompson was going to throw a challenge out at Adamson, but Adamson has responded to the pressure, holding a .171 advantage. We've still got a long time to go, so there's not much point, I guess, for them to really throw something out to give someone else the opportunity. If anything, Penman there has dropped off the back of that battle in the bed shed. Empire Kart Sport machine. Out of the Max's turn comes Adamson. He dearly loves to get this one in his Skyrocket. But Will Thompson, if you remember, was involved in that epic KA4 Junior battle that decided the championship a few years ago on this circuit. Probably the race of the Australian Kart Championship era. We had our 10th year this year. Of course, this championship, our first ever KA2 winner was Oscar Piastri, which was right here at Todd Road, in fact. Then Jack Doohan went on to win his championship right here. Down the front stretch. Now Astasi's decided it's time to hit the go button. He moves himself into second position. So is Astasi going to be the one that starts to show something here? New fastest lap of 40.686 for Zach Turner. Let's have a look at the pace between Adamson and Astasi. There's nothing in it between our top group. Down the front stretch they come now. Now we start to see the defensive moves beginning to take place. Adamson beginning to feel the pressure. Astasi can win championship rounds. He did as a KA2 Junior. At the LeConte, he makes his move and goes to the lead. Thompson thought about it as well, just couldn't get the real estate that he required to make a move on Adamson. Now Elliston comes back into position there in fourth spot. Down the front straight away. 6.5 minutes left to go. Astasi leads away from Adamson. Thompson has been sitting in that top three since the start of the race. And the move comes. Oh, Adamson back at it. And then he blocks Thompson on getting through Astasi. He'll be on the outside here. He's very vulnerable to Elliston. Oh, Elliston cops one. That opens the door for Penman. So Penman now. He's just been sitting there in fifth placing. Just waiting for the go to happen. So Adamson back in the lead. Can he do what he needs to do to try and open up an advantage? Drama for the 51. So Adamson holding on to the lead with Thompson now, his closest challenger. The top three clear of the next group. So Penman's dropped back to fifth. 25 of Turner's made a move, so he's gone up a spot on Zach Finlay. Just under 5 minutes and a lap remaining. Oh, gee, Thompson thought about a move at the LeConte corner, but there was nothing doing with Adamson. All of these drivers utilising the Iami KA100 motor, an engine that was developed for the Australian market and has gone on to other markets, very popular over in the United States among their various kart associations. Oh, Astasi deep under brakes. They collided into turn number 1. He was sideways. It was almost like a MotoGP move, the way he had the back end of that number 28 sideways into that first turn. He was absolutely committed to going through and into that second spot. The LeConte tyres have just about had enough after the weekend's competition. One set of tyres available to the competitors from the time the qualifying begins. They do get one spare should they encounter a problem at any point. So 3 minutes 25 to go here. Can Astasi close that gap? We are going to have that traffic come into the picture here shortly. We'll start to see the blue lights. Maddie Feather, she's struck trouble somewhere out there. She's part of the J&D racing operation. Down the front straight away they come. Adamson's lead was half a second. Astasi's just done the quickest lap of the race. It's down to 0.226. There's a 40.6 second lap for Astasi, a 40.8 second lap. And now a new race leader in Christian Astasi. He's back to the lead, the second generation racer. His father Adrian, when moving to Australia from the United Kingdom, took up racing. He's a very accomplished racer himself, actually. Was Adrian, now Christian, holding up the family name. Support from the Ultimate Karting Complex out in Sydney, in Western Sydney, I should say, the family business. So now they're caught up to the back of Feather. She's been around long enough to know to get out of the way of this battle, and she does so. Of course, you might wonder why Maddie's still circulating at this juncture. You score points. Every driver that finishes scores points towards their championship, and every point matters as we'll head to Coffs Harbour in September. And those points start with the pole sit-up after qualifying and go through every single heat race right to our final. Stasi's backed off the pace a little bit, a 40.818 the last time by. Thompson's the one that intrigues me in this battle. Sitting there in third spot, it feels like he's just been waiting for something to happen between the other pair that may not eventuate. But he's the one with the pace at the moment. Here's Will Thompson. It was a 40.8 for him. And a dead even lap between Astasi and Jet Adamson. 40.930 to the 1,000th of a second. 30 seconds to go, plus a lap. They will get this one and another one in as they come across the top. And Astasi goes from a 40.9 last lap to a 40.79. This racing's insane out there. To the LeConte corner they go. There's nothing in it between these top three. Turner, who's behind Elliston at the top of your screen, just popped in with a 40.610. So they're trying to close the gap, but they're running out of time. Last lap board on display for Christian Astasi now. This will be Christian's first senior AKC victory. If he can come through and grab it, but it certainly looks quite in his keeping at the moment. Adamson and Thompson going at it side by side. Through the right-hander. We might get an epic finish for the podium here. Thompson's got second spot. But Elliston's right there on his tail. Out of the final turn comes Christian Astasi. And he gets a race victory. Second place goes to Thompson. Third place to Adamson. Then it will be Elliston and Turner. Kennedy home as the next one through, and Penman in lucky 7th position. So roll on through the two, congratulate each other. He's a pretty passionate individual. He's Christian Astasi, and it's another win for Rush. This is unbelievable for those guys. Christian Astasi takes the win. Will Thompson in second position. Then it's Adamson as they roll on through. So there it is, the number one for Astasi. He's put together a solid weekend as it has gone. Tommy Rosso making some ground through that one. A few DNFs. Different procedure for our senior competitors than what it is for our junior competitors. In this case, we'll weigh both the driver and Kart. And Astasi will remove the helmet, sign the Board of Champions, and watch out for the celebration from Astasi. I can imagine that Jamie Rush is a very happy man down there at the moment. Get the LeConte hat, our official tyre for KA3 Senior. And there he is, gets to autograph the Board of Champions as our KA3 Senior round one winner. Goes to Christian Astasi. Fantastic stuff. As we'll cross down and go through the highlights of round one of KA3 Senior with thanks to Castrol. Adamson, he's been in the mix right throughout the course of the weekend, led them off the pole position. Didn't go his way. That was the only incident that we had at turn number 1, the number 42, getting a little wide there. Then it all teed off at turn number 3. Through there, we've seen some action there over the years as well. Through the middle part there, it was between these top three right from the start of the race. This is where Astasi took the lead. Just a little bit worried about the 71 of Adamson behind him. Through this segment they go. And then this is how it played out toward the end. How Astasi got back to the lead after going back to third spot. He had to make up quite a margin, and he was able to do so. And there it is. He takes the victory. As the rest of the field comes on through the end of KA3 Senior.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another level, one above me. Service to the brain, to the brain. On another level, on another level, one above me. Service to the brain, to the brain.
And here we are for the podium for the KA3 Senior first round of the 10th anniversary SP Tools Australian Kart Championship presented by Castrol. Coming home in third place today, the driver of the number 71, Jet Adamson. In second position this afternoon, the driver of the number 14, it's Will Thompson. And your winner of the first round, the driver of the number 28, it's Christian Astasi. Time now for the official photos, and then the champagne spray. One has the feeling that tonight is going to be a rather decent celebration from the Rush Performance team. It's been a good day so far, with more to come. Now he'll get the spray out of his eyes, and here's Alice down at the podium.
Good job, Will.
Congratulations, third place. Are you happy? Did you feel like the car had good pace?
Yeah, it was a good weekend, all weekend. I didn't really expect to be this fast, but no, it was a good weekend and good points. So yeah, looking forward to round 2.
Anyone you would like to thank quickly?
Big thanks to JSH Racing. Big thanks to Jackson, Nicole, everyone, all Jackson's family, and a massive shout out to J&A Tuning for the awesome engine all weekend. Thank you.
Awesome, congratulations. We'll move on to second place. Looked like you had great pace out there. What were your thoughts throughout the race?
No, it wasn't a bad race. I probably could have gone a little bit harder if I really wanted to, but just get some good points and see what we can do next race.
Yeah, congratulations. Anyone you would like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my dad, my mum for coming, my family. Massive thanks to Pro Karting, the new team this weekend. They were great. CC Racing for the great engine, and that's all.
Awesome, congratulations. We'll go to our first place go-getter. You happy with the weekend? Looks like you had great pace all weekend.
Yeah. I couldn't thank the team anymore. Everyone in the team, really good environment and everything. Also like to thank CC for the great power.
Yeah, what was your approach in that race? Looked like you were very calm and relaxed.
I was just trying to stay as calm as possible, and yeah.
Is that what you were expecting for round 1 of AKC?
I wasn't expecting, from 4th to win, but good surprise.
Yeah, anyone you would like to thank?
I'd like to thank the competitors for a great race, and also my granddad from home for watching and supporting me.
Awesome, congratulations guys.
Thanks Alex and the team down there for celebrating the victory of Christian Astasi's champagne celebrations through there. Great stuff. Some very happy boys. We are going to go into tag 125 straight away. There it is, tag 125. A number of different engines available for this category. Of course, LeConte tyres, 14 years and over to get into tag 125. Joining me up here in the commentary box for this one, it's a man who knows a little bit about tag 125 racing and one of the engines and certainly the tyres. It's Michael Patrizzi from Patrizzi Course. Nice to have you with us, Michael. How's it going?
G'day, Matt. It's good to be here. I haven't missed one of these since we started 10 years ago.
Yeah, I've missed one. The only time that I missed it, I was at the Indianapolis 500 working, so probably had a fair reason, right?
Yeah, 100%. I still haven't been to one of them yet.
Yeah, you've got to go. You absolutely have to put it on your bucket list.
Well, hopefully soon we have Lockie Hughes in there and it'll give me a reason.
Well, 100%. I'd love to go and see that as well. Good friends with Lockie and remember his time in this championship. And in our opener today, we made mention of the likes of Lockie, Oscar Piastri coming through this championship, Jack Doohan, Brock Feeney, all of those guys have come through this very championship over the years. And it's a great testament. And, well, I don't need to attest to it. You can attest to it as somebody, as an importer of various products. as to the strength and how it's witnessed overseas.
Yeah, definitely. Our juniors have excelled in the sport. Overseas as well, young James Anagostinagas, he's over there at the moment. He's doing a superb job. He did a great job in karting. And yeah, the cadets are coming through as well. It's really good to see.
Yeah, and Patricia, of course, how are things going there? You've got a million different brands going on here at the moment.
Yeah, look, it's a good thing. I've worked very hard to get us to this point. Provide a good service, I suppose, and some great products. You know, in this race we have the only Vortex Rock GP engine in there, and we're starting fourth with Kian. We've been working hard. Well, we actually haven't had to work hard with the engine at all, to be honest. It's out of the box, but we've just been. It's tag racing is very difficult because all the engines have different characteristics. The Vortex with a power valve, it needs to be driven a little bit different to the others, and it's a matter of the driver adapting. You know, but as you can see, they're doing the same lap time, so it's so close.
And that's how it's designed to explain how tag racing works in Australia. We do have those multiple engines that you can utilise, but Karting Australia puts them through a rigorous process to test them, to try and get them as close as they possibly can be.
Yeah, and as we've found, we're all in open format now, as they're homologated, and it's actually closer than ever. So it's great. It is hard because the drivers have to change, and if the drivers don't want to change their style, it becomes difficult. But as we can see, you've got different packages out there, and it depends on what you want and what you're trying to achieve. And some might be fast at other tracks than others. But yeah, look, it's so consistent. It's great.
Yeah, it's going to be a great battle here. Jackson Susan-Harlow on the pole, Dallas Green on the outside front row, Harrison Hoey, your Australian champion, out of 3. The man we're just speaking about, Cam Burt, out of 4. Then Dowson, Frith, Muscarello, Tulloch, Johnson and Page. That's the top 10 as they come out of the final turn onto the front straightaway. Set for lights out with 14 minutes on the clock. We're green, one's in the grass already as we come down to turn number 1. Susan-Harlow, he takes the lead off the line. Oh, a couple of them getting out there. They avoid each other narrowly. It's still going on. We had an oversubscribed category in this one. We had to whittle it down to get our capacity field for the grid. Orcan didn't get a good run out of the LeConte corner, and he is under the pump deluxe here.
We actually got a really good run. We went from 5th to 3rd, but I don't want to do your job. That's difficult.
No, all I saw was that they all lost ground and they all bottled up a little bit there. But, he's in 3rd spot now and can start to fight it out, because I think there is going to be a lot happen up the front between Susan-Harlow and Hoey. It's been building all weekend.
It's a tough one at the front there. These two, Hoey and Susan-Harlow, do some serious laps. And they're always consistent, always at the top, and I'm sure they'll fight it out to the end.
Yeah, you've had Keen out quite a few times now into Australia. He's been in Australia for quite some time, is that correct?
Yep. I don't know why, but I have. I've invested in a fair few Kiwis over the years. Matty Payne, Dylan Drysdale, Ryan Wood, now Kian. So, look, they just, for me, they have a bit more hunger. They want it a little bit more, and they're great to work with. So, Kian's a great little driver, the top in New Zealand, and he's showing our Aussies that he can compete at the highest level. Nice old crash here at turn 1.
Oh, a couple that have gone together. Max Chadasco, his terrible weekend continues. You've invested in a few. One bloke, he'd done a little bit called Daniel Ricciardo. He went all right.
Yeah, he went all right. I actually had to cook him dinner at the Grand Prix. He was here for Wednesday night, him and his crew. So I was a bit nervous for some of them. But yeah, look, he's done a great job. He's finished now. Hopefully his legacy goes on to our young karters, and and they go through, they see his dream and visualise it, and hopefully reach for the stars like he did as a young kid. If you remember him, he was quite happy kid, and just wanted to be a Formula 1 driver, and that's what he became.
Yeah, no, always have fond memories. I mean, we used to hang out a lot back in the day when Daniel first started coming over east, as you say. And I remember him sitting on the toolbox as the reserve driver for Red Bull down there in Melbourne, or down at the Grand Prix, and having a moment. I was actually standing with John and Matty Wall, funnily enough, at that time, and I was going, wow, how cool is that? He's a kid that I've commentated coming through the ranks, and here he is sitting on a Formula 1 toolbox. And now a move for third down at turn number 1. The number 8 of Dowson gets through on Burt. And now Burt's under the pump from Jackson Johnstone and the DAP Kart as well.
Nice move by Jacob there. Got the good slipstream and nice and clean into turn 1.
Yeah, he's a solid racer, is Dowson. Always good for a podium. Dallas Green in the mix there as well. So to Zach Thompson. Amos saw down in 9th spot. Didn't get the starting position that he would have appreciated. He's been quick all weekend long. Down the front straight away they go. 10 minutes and 30 seconds left remaining in this one. It hasn't fired up just yet. You've got Susan Harlow and Harrison Hoey 1 and 2 in this.
What I like seeing here is we do one set of tyres for the whole event, apart from KZ and any other national championship around the world. They do 2 sets of tyres, so they all start. But the performance of the tyre is so good that the consistency stays through the whole duration of the weekend, and the boys and girls are able to race as hard as they can from lap 1 to the finish of the final.
Michael might have an interest in LeConte tyres.
Yeah, but I put my racing hat on.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah. I was getting to a point that, the LeConte tyre made in Italy comes through to Australia from the team at Patrizzi course, and it's been the control tyre force in many categories for a number of years now.
Yeah, I think we've got a good mix with Maxis and LeConte. The tracks are faster than ever, more prepared than ever, and everyone's got their head around it, and we're producing some stars at the same time, probably at a bigger rate than we ever have.
Yeah, and I think, you made reference to James Ananostiadis earlier on, and of course they've gone on to the F1 Academy. Joanne Chiconta. We've got, a number of drivers that are heading overseas. Jake Kostecki, you were there when he won the
he was racing. Yeah, sorry, I was there with him. Yes, and then we won Macau, which he was racing for us. Jay's a top little talent. I mean, there's a lot of kids in the cadet class that are going to be exciting later on.
That was a cool race. That
was
that rock race, and the excitement of that, and you can see the benefit that he's had out of racing in Europe, coming back to Australia. Like it's all there. It's just from experience. It's just the racecraft. Yeah. You know what to do because you're racing 50 kids doing the same lap time as you. Here you might be racing 10 at a time, and they might be different at each track you go to. So it's just an experience. But didn't win the race here this weekend. Yeah. Okay, so the other kids go great too. 8.5 minutes left to go, plus a lap. Jackson Susan Harlow is in the lead. His mum's been messaging me throughout the course of the weekend about various JSH racing matters.
I'm sure they would have come through thick and fast.
Yes. G'day to Nicole if you're here or watching. As we continue on. It's one of the Birillard drivers just going back a spot. Further back in.
It's Tommy Gallagher. He's doing a great job. He was supposed to be car racing this year. And at the last minute he decided to race go-karts. He's done one race in however long, and he's really showing his speed and coming through, which is good. It'll give Kian a teammate to work with. As a team, we'll be happy to run top 5 here this weekend. With our engine and with the characteristic, we feel it's definitely not our track, but it's a championship.
Yep.
Right, so.
Yeah, no, 100%. And as we've been making points of right throughout the course of our broadcast here, that you've got to be consistent. You've got to be out there. And speaking of teams, you've got a satellite team this year in J&D racing. Yeah, Nick does a great job. We've both got experience in professional racing as drivers, and he wanted to change. He tested our products. He thought they were great, and we provided him with the tools to take his team to that next step. And he's doing a great job. He's always presented well. He's got a great boss in his partner. Oh yeah.
Bailey. So
she really runs the show, doesn't she?
She runs the show.
Of course, we're referring to Nick Percat, the Matt Stone Racing Supercars driver. Definitely. The CEO, as Nick calls her.
Yeah, and I think the enjoyment he's getting out of karting is helping his car racing because he's taken another step lately, which is good to see. Yeah, no, definitely. You can certainly see that coming through.
Susan Harlow still leading away over Hoey. Hoey marginally faster the last time by. Zach Thompson's on the move. He's up to 4th spot now in front of Kim Burt. Then it is Johnston. Amos Orr up to 7th. Dallas Green in 8th spot, then Aris Kiriako in 9th, and Damiano Muscarello rounding out your top 10 as they sit at the moment. 6 minutes plus a lap left to go in this one. Out of the Max's tyres turn.
I have to say, Hoey reminds me so much of Craig Baird, Mr. Consistent. He's always there. You know, for whatever reason, he's always there. And if something goes wrong, he'll always take home the chocolates.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I remember the 2 championships ago, 2 years ago, when he won the championship on this very racetrack, and he left it to literally the last minute, to the last round, to get himself in contention to do it, because he wasn't really in the conversation, even though points-wise he was in the mix, and then suddenly he's just come through and won the championship, backed it up last year, and he's come out the blocks absolutely firing this weekend.
Yeah, no, he's a very consistent driver and very talented. Nice move there by Kart 38 on my driver, but that's okay. We're still in the hunt.
It's Jackson Johnson, Oki and Burt for P number 5. Hey, good old Beto, if he's watching, a big g'day to you. See him often on the push bike.
He likes go-kart racing. He's got a lot of historic karts.
Oh, right.
Or retro karts. And, he's always on the hunt for something new and something cool that reminds him of his past. So, he loves his kart racing, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's not watching.
Yeah, good fellow. Here's Beto as they go down through to turn number 1. Susan Harlow, the new quickest lap of the race there, a 39.661. That's enormous.
Yeah, that's a good lap time.
A 6.95 from Harrison Hoey's Johnstone in the DAP card up to 3rd spot now.
Must be the tyre that keeps on giving.
That's it, mate. Or into position number 4. So Johnstone is on the move. He's got himself on the podium here. He's on screen at the moment. Amos Orr has had to work his way through the field. Started in 13th spot, but this young fella, he's always got pace. 4 minutes left remaining in this one.
We've missed something. We've lost Dowson. Dowson's gone.
So there was an incident, I'm hearing, between Dowson and Zach Thompson further back. We missed that on camera. They are both off circuit, and race control is having the conversation about that as we are
Dunny Corner,
as we're speaking. Well, LeConte Corner, as we're calling it this weekend.
Oh, are we?
Yeah, we have been. Haven't you been listening?
I thought the LeConte Corner was at the bus stop when I heard it, but anyway. Thanks for bringing me up here. I learned something new.
Yes, well, that's where your LeConte tent is, so everything else. And there is a couple that have come to grief. A couple of HJR competitors. That'll be a fun conversation that Henry can sort out.
That's never a good one. Had one of them yesterday.
It's all happening down there for 3rd, so
it's going to be a good race
we'll
here.
Cross back to 3rd position and check out exactly what's going on, because Amos Orr has made up 10 positions and is now in 3rd place, and he is going. He's pulling away here.
If you're a betting man early on in the weekend, you would have had your money on Amos. A few things haven't gone his way in the heat, so that's why you find him where he started. But I mean, look at the speed. He's got to 3rd and driven away.
No, he's exceptionally quick around here. He came out the blocks as a junior in this track, and I guess he's always looking for a little bit more consistency on other tracks, but now up there as a senior, and he will be well and truly part of the conversation as we head towards Coffs Harbour in September.
One thing you see now with our tracks is we have another incident, Kart 24.
Yeah, go ahead.
One thing you see right now, if you have a look at the track, which we didn't see a few years ago, is how conditioned they are with the rubber on the circuit, which is why we're still going fast in the final. We're doing really good lap times. Now, travelling around racing in Asia and stuff, you don't really see that, which is a good thing for our kids, because when they go to Europe, that's the condition they're used to they race on. So we're not at a disadvantage anymore.
I tend to agree with that, and I think that's... And speaking to a couple of the Asian kids that are over here, young Dominic from Indonesia, who's driving in the J&D squad.
And the young kid in KA2 with the Tony Kart team as well.
Yeah,
he wins over there, and he's their way back. Yeah.
That's right, and that's exactly what they're here for, is to get that experience. And they're racing in KA2, which is got to be one of the toughest categories to get a result in, not just in Australia, but anywhere in the world, you'd think.
Absolutely.
Because they're at it. They're into each other literally from the time practice starts. And Dominic's off to the FIA Karting Academy this year as a representative of Indonesia's karting opportunities. That's why they're here in Australia doing the effort. So we've got 50 seconds left to go. Harrison Hoey has not been able to do anything about Jackson Susan-Harlow. I make the terminology that Jackson is Mr. Sunday, like he really comes forward on a Sunday. He's not usually a Saturday performer, but he stunned everyone out the blocks with a pole position yesterday, and he's been right on top of it. Hoey's been right there with him. I think this is going to be a fascinating championship battle.
There wouldn't be anyone in Australia that would do more laps than Jackson. You know, his life revolves around a go-kart track. You see him everywhere with his drivers coaching. That's his job, and driving. So look, he's dialed in. He's doing a super job. I think Hoey will settle for second if it's a championship. You certainly can't win a championship in the first round. Now, I never have won a championship, like a series. I've won a one-off, but you can certainly lose one. You know, so I think he'll sit there and follow. If you're play the smart game, because maybe some other tracks will suit him more.
Look, 100% right, and we're going up to his home territory up there at Ipswich. He always turns up for those big meets up there, turns it on, whether it's the state championship last year, the Rotax Cup last year, and all of that. We are going to get the last lap board. Our times expired in this one. Can Hoey pull something here? He is punching on really, really hard. He goes deep under brakes. You could hear those tyres squealing. They've copped an absolute pounding throughout the weekend. Just off screen, Amos Orr has third, all but wrapped up in this one in front of Johnson and Burt.
A lot of people look at this race and go, oh, there was no action in the front two. But, geez, that would be hard. You know,
oh, yeah.
What is it, 25 laps or something, and 22 laps, and you are hitting inch-to-inch perfect laps, apexes, and here comes Jackson to take the checkered flag, and Hoey breathing down your neck. You know, that's an exceptional drive.
Out of the final turn he comes. Down to the checkered flag, it's Jackson Susan-Harlow who opens his championship account with a victory over Harrison Hoey. Coming home in third spot will be Amos Orr and Jackson, then Jackson Johnson, with Burt coming home in fifth spot.
Great
yeah,
race.
You're absolutely right. It was a really solid strategic race, and I think once they take the helmet off down there in the Weybridge area, you're going to see how much work they were doing out there. Like
I wouldn't want to do it.
No.
Not anymore.
Probably get about 2 laps in, I reckon, as we go through our final results there. It's Susan-Harlow, Hoey and Orr, followed by Johnstone, Burt and Tulloch. Yeah, you'll certainly see it. He'll be a happy young man. Well, Jackson Susan-Harlow.
How good's this live coverage we have now? You know, the getting the driver's reaction. You know, it's super.
Look, we had a stated aim this year that we had to go to another level, and we have. We've got the people that we've got around us. Bryony Ingerson, who produces at supercars level and has done for nearly a decade, is with us in the production role, and certainly she's keeping me on my toes, that's for sure, which was the brief. It's been a big weekend. Let me tell you, I'll sleep well tonight. As Jackson Susan-Harlow goes in, he will get the correct weight and push his kart to the area. Sign the wall of champions. And we get set for the podium.
The suspense.
Oh, yeah. I can imagine that'd be one of the most stressful things, like particularly if you know that you're reasonably close on weight.
I've always said we need to take the sport to the people. And now with this coverage being live, and, you know, I was walking back through the KA3 kids when they were coming up for the presentation to the podium, and the cameras are following them, and, you know, I've had the privilege of that with car racing, but karting doesn't show that. And now these kids get to experience it, which is, it takes, you know, it's the only other level in Australia that does that is supercars. So everything else in between is not the same, which is which is super.
Yeah, and like what we did the other night with our KA2 and KZ2 drivers, we had Mark Winterbottom come and give them a presentation. Also, a group involved in the fitness and sports science side of motorsport at the top level from like a supercars perspective, and that was fantastic. Like just to give them some insight on what it takes to be a pro.
It's all part of it. I have the management side with drivers, and we have a full team around us that look after our drivers, from sports psychologists to accountants to trainers. Matty Payne trains every day, 5 days a week with a personal trainer, and then has sessions with sports psychs, and then you've got the engineers and the media training and all that type of stuff. It's all part of it. And if we can teach them this now...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that that's an important part of the whole deal as we head towards the podium. As we cut to our replays, with thanks to Castrol, of this tag at 125 final. So shoot along down to turn number 1.
Always a tricky one, turn 1. Always action around here.
Yeah, no, there's been a lot of it this weekend, and especially here on our grand final Sunday. And as you can see down there at the turn at the bottom of the race, LeConte corner, of course. Yeah, all getting through to third spot.
Yeah, great win by Jackson.
Yeah, no, he put that together really nicely to get it done.
He switched back to the Kart Republic chassis, and he's done a really good job.
So there he is, coming across the line, and all of that. Well, Michael, thank you for joining us. It's been fantastic to have you join us in commentary and hear a little bit more about what's going on down there with your operation, and let's hope we can do it all again.
Cheers, Matt. I won't be a commentator. Good luck.
All good, but you can talk, that's for sure.
Thanks very much.
Fly, dope, swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another level, one above me. Step into the brain, to the fucking brain. On another level, on another level, one above me. Step into the brain, to the fucking brain.
It's now time for the podium for the first round of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship, tagged 125 category, presented by Castrol. Coming home in third place today, the driver of the number 74, the local driver, it is Amos Orr. Coming home in second position, he is aiming for his third consecutive Australian Tag 125 Championship. The driver of the Australia 1 out of Queensland, it's Harrison Hoey. And your round winner, it's been a tough weekend. The driver of the number 3, it's Jackson Suslin Harlow. Official photos taking place down there at the Divine Estate Podium Arena. A very, very happy JSH. As now the bubbles flow. Now down to Alice Buckley, who's at the podium.
Third place, are you happy with that result?
Yeah, it was a big drive from 13th. We had good speed. Yeah, we had good speed, good overtakes. Managed with a bit of luck with Dowson, but yeah, good drive.
Yeah, so championship-wise, you're feeling pretty comfortable after that?
Yeah, we had a rough day yesterday. Didn't pick up any points, but it was a good comeback today. Won a heat, made a few overtakes. Hopefully we stay in the championship fight.
Yeah, awesome. Anyone you would like to thank?
Massive thanks to Callie, 47 Kart Tuning, Anarchy, Kart Public and Pro Karting for the amazing team.
Awesome. Congratulations. When we move on to Harrison Hoey, looked hectic out there. You boys just went straight away, 7 seconds I think it was. How do you feel?
Yeah, that just shows the pace we're going at. We were doing quali lap every single lap. I don't think either of us made one mistake, to be honest. Yeah, I can't remember a race that close, nose to tail, without a pass for a long time, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, congratulations. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, just a big thank you to everyone, Parallel Australia, J&A Tuning, my family, of course, that make it all possible, and thank you.
Awesome. Congratulations, Howie. We're on the Jackson Susanala race winner. Congratulations. What do you think?
Yeah, it was pretty hard. I've never pushed that hard in my life. So Harry's not very nice to have behind you. He's pretty good, so that's why he's got a green plate. But yeah, I pushed it, he pushed it, and yeah, we were 1-2, so it's a good start.
Yeah, championship-wise, what are your thoughts leading into the next round?
Oh, you know, championship, I've led in by 18 points before and I've lost it in the last round, so I'm not looking at that, but yeah, I'm sure it's going to come down to the wire once again with the same boys. So yeah, and Amos, obviously, he's fast at the moment, so we'll see what happens. If I come in the last round leading, yeah, I guess it's going to be a battle.
Awesome. Congratulations, boys.
As we review the celebrations down there, as I said, don't take your eyes off this championship this year. It has been unbelievable as we're getting ready for X30, the Miami X30 engine. Look on tyres, of course. 14 years and over for X30 races. They've had the signal down in the pit area to get ready to hit the circuit. Minimum driver and cart weight in this one is 162 kilograms. X30, a 125cc water-cooled motor. As we look ahead, the Australian Kart Championship will head to Murray Bridge in South Australia. You'll be able to watch all the action live and free on May 3 and 4. Then we go to Newcastle on the 14th and 15th of June in New South Wales for the huge track there, a couple hours out of Sydney. Then it's the 26th and 27th of July. We go to Ipswich in Queensland, and Coffs Harbour in New South Wales will get the commotion. By the ocean on the 6th and 7th of September. You could see some of the huge crowd here at Todd Road. You never know who you're going to see when you walk around. Chris Piastrioska's father was with us yesterday, catching up with some old buddies here. No doubt he would be an incredibly proud father after last weekend's spectacular victory in China. It's running through our field. This is going to be a cracker too. Jace Matthews, Jaden Pope on the front row. Casa Benny out of 3. Watch for him. Caden Thompson, can he keep moving his way forward? Tyler Howard, after a big result for TF Racing here this weekend. Brody Whitmore, he's been solid in the 57. Harry Mitchell could be a dark horse in the 41. Keegan Fraser, the Queenslander, out of 8. Then it's Lewis Cordato Kokoski. Walton and Maguire. Huey, the aspiring actor out of Western Australia, will start from 12th spot. Chitlin and McNeil. Norris out of 15. Gathercole. Then Janice Mariner. March Platten Hall. Hughes Gallagher then follows Holiday. Austin Costello also. Hahn Harrison. Puddick, Barrington, Jacopetti, Bennett, Press and Everingham. Getting set for a start. We're green. Down to turn 1 they go. Oh, Pope's been biffed around. At turn number 1, oh no. We've had an incident. One's gone backwards into the tyres. As Pope was coming back onto the circuit. There was a collision. And that just resulted someone going into the barrier. Working our way through on lap number 1. Matthews leading the way over Cassabeni, who quickly got to the front. Tyler Howard in third. Harry Mitchell was in fourth. Then got passed by Jaden Pope through turn number 1. Keegan Fraser in the mix there, as well as Brody Whitmore. Walton up to 8th spot from 11th. Hugh McGuire up to 10th placing. No practice on Friday for Hugh. Got in late Friday night. Down the front straight away, geez. Matthews has opened a massive lead on this one. Goes past his CXR team that is stationed down at turn number 1. They've been solid together throughout the weekend, Team CXR. Cheering on their huge contingent of drivers here this weekend. .1 seconds was the gap the last time by. CXR part of our Teams Championship, a prestigious award that is passed on at the completion of each championship. Pip Cassabeni starting to get a handle on proceedings out there aboard the number 19. A 40.221 that time. Howard in a 44, sitting there in third spot. Through the Iami corner goes our top group, of course. This is an Iami product brought into Australia by Remo Luciani, who just last month was inducted into the Karting Australia Hall of Fame. An emotional night for Remo and his family. David Serra, who's with us here this weekend, became the youngest member of the KA Hall of Fame, only to a couple of weekends ago being inducted to the Australian Motorsport Hall of Fame at the Formula One Louis Vuitton Australian Grand Prix. We'll put together a feature piece with David for our next round of the title chase. Down the front straight away they go. Matthews leading by 0.734 with 10 minutes remaining in this one. Pope's the quickest driver on track at the moment. A 39.452 the last time by. He's trying to close in onto the back of Tyler Howard here. Certainly got the pace to try and challenge for a podium spot. But I tell you what, that CRG going to be tough to get by. Whitmore's got himself back up to 5th place in front of Mitchell. And Whitmore now starting to pull away here in that 5th position. Isaac McNeil on the move further back in the pack. He's up to 9th spot, having started down in 14th. And right behind him is Brady Norris, his fellow Queenslander and Empire Kart Sport driver, who is into the top 10. But I tell you what, having a look here, Ryan Hughes is up to 11th. He's come from 22nd position on the grid. Oh, here we go. Pope up the inside of Howard. Nicely done. And he is up to 3rd position. This could actually work to the benefit of Tyler Howard. Given a Pope showing that he's got a bit of speed about him. So Howard can hold on to the coattails, then see what takes place. It's been a massive weekend here in Melbourne. 342 competitors An economic study done by Karting Australia at one of our rounds last year recognised the economic benefit to a city by our crew coming along, which most of our rounds sit at about a similar number, if not higher than this one, is around $1.5 million to that city. It's the second major event that we have held down here over this month. Of course, the Victorian State Championships were held at Oakley, followed up the very next day by the half-day Stars of Karting. Most of our teams were in town for a month at that time. Now the race is on. Here we go. Pip Cassabeni. He's got the bit between the teeth in the Pro Karting. Cassabeni Earth moving number 19. He's a much younger driver than Matthews. Not that Matthews is old, that's for sure. Certainly got the experience, and he went to shut the door. But Cassabeni said, thank you very much. And Pope said, well, you two will have an argument. I'm going straight to the lead. And then that brings Howard back into calculations. For our top three goes up the inside. Oh, what's happened here? So Howard went for a move on Matthews, and it opened a door for Brodie Whitmore, who's now inside the top three. That was a ragged move there by Pope, catching a ripple strip down through the LeConte turn. A couple have come to grief down there. Cassabeni trying to fight back here. He's had plenty of European experience, especially over the last 12 months as Pip. Jaden with some European racing experience as well. Trouble here. One of the barrel competitors. Oh no, dramas for the 98. He is out of commission. Not sure what happened there with Ben Hall. It has stopped through the left-hander. Coming down the front straight away, they are Pip trying to fight back here. That time, he was nearly a tenth of a second quicker than Pope. And Whitmore's got speed now. He was faster than both Pope and Cassabeni, only by a couple of hundreds, but that is all that you'd really need to try and start to close the gap. So down the front stretch they go, 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. It's Pope from Cassabeni, then Whitmore, followed by Jace Matthews. Then it's Tyler Howard. Harry Mitchell in 6th spot. Max Walton, the next one out there in 7th. Brodie Norris. Then it's Sam March. McNeil drops back to 10th. Then it's Michael Jennis, James Chitlin. Zach Gathercole, Lewis Cordato. He's in 14th spot. Max Mariner is in 16th. Then Wilkesco, Holiday, Platten, Bennett and Thompson round out your top 20. It's about to get pretty interesting up front. New fastest lap for Brodie Whitmore, 39.141, taking more than 2/10 of a second out of both Pope and Cassabeni. So the one to watch is the New South Welshman, as now Cassabeni goes for the move. Whitmore won't hold around. Up the inside of Pope. He's into 2nd spot now. He's a tough campaigner, is Brodie. Up over the top. Out of the Miami turn they run. Front straightaway time. Then this brought our 4th place Jace Matthews back into the mix, and Tyler Howard. And it's not over yet. If you've been with us throughout the day, huge numbers have tuned in throughout the weekend. Oh, Whitmore goes for the lead. Brody to P1. You can tell the picture of what happens in the Australian Kart Championship. You can expect nothing because you don't know what you're going to get until the very last moment when we see the checkered flag, and that's exactly what we're getting here down the front stretch. Whitmore goes defensive, knowing he's got just over 3 minutes left to go. Casabani, the young firebrand, he's got the Italian blood inside of him. He will get fired up. Oh, boy. Whitmore, no, there goes Matthews. Big one. That is massive. Oh, my goodness. We have gone to a full course caution situation. That was massive down there. He's on his feet, I can tell you that. He is up on his feet, but very gingerly. No doubt the adrenaline going through his system. Our team on the way down there. Oh my goodness, that's one of the biggest accidents that we have had in the AKC's era. Whitmore, Howard, Casabeni, and Pope is the order, followed by Mitchell, then Walton. We never like to see that. You can see Jace speaking to one of our officials. He's a tough campaigner, is Jace. He's seen it pretty much all in the sport over the years. Not his first accident, by the way, but certainly one of the biggest of his career, I would assume. Oh, wow. So Whitmore leads them around. After this weekend, of course, we head to Murray Bridge in South Australia. We'll be coming to you live on May 3 and 4. Then to Newcastle in New South Wales, bringing that to you live on June 14, 15. The 26th and 27th of July to Ipswich, and the 6th and 7th of September, the Commotion by the Ocean at Coffs Harbour. Put those dates in your diary, because this series will not be over and done with. Coming up towards our cut-off time in this final. So we are going to give them, this is basically going to be a almost one-lap dash. The call, it will be a one-lap dash because we'll be at our 14th minute by the time they get to the start-finish straight. So we'll have the green flag and the last lap board, I would assume, out for this one. Howard's got himself up to second. What a moment this would be if he can get up there and get past Whitmore. The team at TF Racing will be praying, hanging on for this one. Pip Casabeni in third. Whitmore looking for a win. We're green again. 1 to go. Down to turn number 1. Whitmore leads away. The two New South Welshmen together. Oh, Tyler didn't get a good run through the right-hander. Down to the Lecon corner for the final time. 3 wide. Oh, boy, it's all going on there for the Miners. Oh, is that Howard that's gone off with Mitchell? I think it might be. It is. Oh, no. As Whitmore comes down, he celebrates it. He's a fiery young character. Pope into second spot. And then Casabeni, he gets home in third somehow. Max Walton got up to fourth spot. Then Norris, then March. Then it was Holiday, followed by Cordato, Janice and McNeil. That was wild. Brodie Whitmore back on the top step at the national level. Some hearing from race control. Just waiting for confirmation on a potential post-race penalty being awarded here from race control. So yes, it has been confirmed there that Jaden Pope will in fact be our winner due to a restart infringement from Whitmore. There's Jaden Pope. Here's the incident that happened. This isn't the reason for, Jace Matthews. Actually, it was Jace going over the back. They were going 2 and 3 wide there, and he just got into Casabeni. That was purely a racing incident when you look at it, and he just gets flung around like a rag doll and out of the go-kart. That's one of the most extraordinary incidents that I've seen. It was just really unfortunate. It was just everyone coming together. And here is the inheritor of the victory. Jaden Pope back on the top step. A place he's been in junior competition on many occasions. Pip Casabeni goes to second, and that promotes Max Walton, our former KA2 champion, up to P3. Unbelievable stuff here. As I said, you never know what you're going to get here in the Australian Kart Championship. He will sign the Wall of Champions down here. He'll be really happy with that. There is Brodie Whitmore. You have to feel for him. But rules is rules, unfortunately. In fact, when we calculate it, 5 seconds will drop him down to 17th position at the end of it. That's by my calculation. It's yet to be confirmed by our officials. But that has been a race. It has been the most unbelievable weekend of racing here to kick things off at round number 1. So let's catch up on what was an unbelievable final. Jace Matthews had the lead by over a second. Working his way through. That was Keegan Fraser getting out onto the dirt. Working through the race here. There was the move from Casabeni. Pope taking the lead. Then Casabeni comes straight back at him. Gee, Pip's fired up here this year. Sure he's going to be part of the championship as we head right down to round number 5. Whitmore takes the lead for the first time. And here's where the incident happens again. Oh, that's sickening. I don't want to watch it again. Whitmore comes across the line, but unfortunately, on the restart, he was out of line and he missed out on that as we cross down to the podium. We get ready for our top 3 here in the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship X30 final. Coming home in third place today, he came from 11th on the grid, the driver of the number 68, Max Walton. In second position, the driver of the number 19, it's Pip Casabeni. And your winner, the driver of the number 7, it's Jaden Pope. Getting the official photos, I think Jaden's in a bit of spot of disbelief about what transpired through all of that. Now time for the celebration down at the Divine Estate Podium Arena. And now we cross down to Alice Buckley, who'll catch up with our top three.
Congratulations, you ended up with third there. What did you think of that race?
Pretty hectic, but the cart wasn't right, but I just kept putting my hat down, pushing, see a lot of stuff happening in front, so I got advantage of that.
Yeah, what's your expectation for the championship this year and how did that race set it up?
P1, of course, but this weekend wasn't the best weekend for me, so it's good to come away with third.
Yeah, congratulations, Max. We'll move on to second place. Pip, congratulations. How was that race? Obviously, it was a little bit hectic. What did you think?
Yeah, it was pretty hard. A few crashes, but yeah, it wasn't too bad. Yeah, good job to these boys. It was pretty hard.
Yeah, anyone you'd like to thank quickly?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank my mechanic, Andrew DiCarlo, the team Pro Karting, and my parents and any family who came down to support me today.
Congratulations. We'll move on to our winner, Jaden Pope. Congratulations. What do you think of that race?
Yeah, it was pretty intense. I probably didn't deserve to win. I probably should have finished second. Brody Whitmore should have won, but, I just got it by default.
Yeah, so championship-wise, where do you expect to finish? What do you think of this year so far?
Yeah, it's good. I've had some time off over 2 years. I've been racing overseas. Haven't done a lot of testing, so sort of reflected on track. Made a lot of mistakes out there, but I'm looking to try and take out the championship this year.
Anyone you would like to thank quickly?
I'd just like to thank my dad. Dad's always been supporting me, even when I had a 2-year break. I'd like to thank Tom Williamson Motorsport, MG Engines, Tom Grice, and just all the boys that supported me when I had some time off.
Awesome, congratulations.
Weekend here in X30. Certainly this championship is lit. There is a number of people that will be looking toward round number 5 and I will be in contention. And here we are back at Todd Road in Melbourne. We are just outside the city of Melbourne. There you can see the Westgate Bridge, which we are adjacent to, and we are getting set for our Premier Junior category in KA2 to hit the circuit for their finale here this weekend. It has been a terrific fight. There is your pole sitter in Liam Carr. He's won a couple of heat races. There's Hamish Campbell, Matty McLean, Mr. Melbourne, as they call him apparently, push him out. Oh boy, what have we got in store? KA2 always delivers. It's Carr on the pole. Campbell alongside. Next row of the grid. What about this kid? His first KA2 AKC race, takes a heat race, wins straight out of Cadets. Cooper Folly out of 4, it will be Max Mangano having a solid weekend. One of his best in, or probably his best in KA2, as is Anashe Manu in the number 29. Out of 6 will be the 12 of Atten Delmasso. Row number 4, Jai Flynn, the Queenslander. He's been edging his way forward. So too Kai Burke after an incident in race number 1 yesterday. Coming from 9th on the grid, he's got pace. It's Harry Bresnahan with a 36 of Tyson McGill out of 10. Row number 6, Corey Carson, and the 26 of Oscar Singh. 7th row will be Miles Baker and Seth Huth. Then it's Max Kerwin and Lachlan Tombleson. Joel Lammers will start from 17th position, with Jack Bartlett off row 9. Conrad Garrow out of Singapore left Australia when he was 10 months old. He will start in 19th position with Jacob Rajendran. Seth Comer. It's been a problem. You would have seen that as I was going through the grid for Hamish Campbell as we get set for a start. 14 minutes and a lap on the board. Watch out at turn number 1. It's always wild in KA2. Folly. He's got the elbows up. Moves his way to second. Campbell was left on the outside. He's trying to fight back on the inside here into 4th spot. Down through the left-hander they go now on to the rock back straight away. Oh, Campbell going up to 3rd there. I'm sure that was Manu that had got a good start there. Coming down the front stretch. Carr already in a defensive position. It is Manu back into the 4th spot. Folly is flying here at the moment. The orders: Carr, Folly, Campbell, Manu, Burke, then Tomaso, Mangano, then McGill, Singh and Lachlan Tombleson. He was up 6 spots, so a good start from Tombleson, making his Australian Kart Championship debut. One of our international competitors here this weekend. Down the front straight away they come. Campbell up the inside of Folly. That was a nice move there from Hamish. He's saying, come on, little fella, we are going forward. Chasing down the other little fella in Liam Carr. Through the right-hander they go. We have got our top 4 nose to tail. Anashe Manu, he is not out of this one. Sitting there in the Kart Republic, the white helmet in 4th spot. Down the front stretch. At the moment, Campbell's got pace to burn. It's a 1/10 of a second quicker than Liam Carr, our race leader. Atten Delmasso not too far off his top 4 in 5th position. Carr going very defensive at an early stage of the race. Yeah, Carr going defensive. That's going to benefit Cooper Folly in 3rd spot. One thing I know about Cooper, he is aggressive as Campbell goes to the race lead for the first time. Carr picks up a bit of ripple strip. All these competitors utilising the DVSJ motor made by Vortex, 125cc's and water cooled. The man who's made some big ground in this one is Atten Delmasso in 5th place. Tyson McGill's into 6th. Ten and a half minutes left remaining in this one. Campbell leads away. The live wire Gold Coaster. We heard from him earlier in the day when Alice caught up with him. We've managed to lose Anashay Manu out there on this lap. Damaso's got up to 4th spot. Down the front straight away they go. Car. Not quite sure what happened to Manu. Didn't see anything there. Well, looks like it just run out of puff. It's down there. Down the rock back straight away they go. Hamish Campbell doing a brilliant job. He was selected by Troy Hunt and the OTK Australia outfit to spearhead their operation from a driving perspective here in Australia from 2025. We're getting the frequent flyer miles up. He's been over in Asia already racing and winning in his first event, in fact, for the Tony Kart factory. Great to have the support from OTK, of course the manufacturer of the engine as well. Lorenzo here with us this weekend to oversee operations. Now Folly's starting to fire up here. Having a look at the back of Car as they go out of the Miami corner and onto the SP Tools front straightaway. Tyson McGill, the new fastest lap out there at the moment. Through the left-hander. Now Campbell goes very deep. One to watch here is the red and white machine of Cooper Folly. There's a bit of ducks and drakes going on in front. Oh no, they've come together. Oh, Car got up on the grass bank and he's dropped back. They came together while they were side by side. I think that set the tone for what we are going to see throughout the course of this year. Now the youngster, the real youngster, in Cooper Folly. He has got the lead in front of Damaso. Damaso's been part of the championship for a long time. He's had good results, but never fantastic results or a round victory. This is Folly's first round in KA2. Either way, we are going to get a huge story from this in some way. And Mangano, he's now challenging for the back end of the podium. So here's the replay. They come together. There goes Car. Oh, what about McGill there? How he didn't collect him, I have got no idea. That was incredible. 7 minutes left to go. Always expect the unexpected in KA2. Today has been utter madness around this place. Down the front stretch they go. 6.5 minutes remaining. What is going to take place? Probably the next 7 minutes by the time we get the extra lap done. Folly's just done the quickest lap. Out there at 39.233. He's opened the advantage to nearly 4/10 of a second. Campbell is trying to fight back here. So can Mangano come through here to get his first podium in this one? Mangano in front of Car, then McGill in 6th spot. Jyflin's into 7th placing now. Having a good back end to his weekend. Oscar Singh and Kai Burke. Seth Huth up to position number 10. Now look at Folly here. He's building that lead. It's out over half a second. You're watching the first KA2 final of season 2025 here at the Port Melbourne course. Right around the corner, or right literally at what's known as Fisherman's Bend. Very famous in the Australian automotive industry. Car down in 5th spot has set the quickest lap of 39.023. Up the front, Folly of 39.057. So similar lap times between those guys at the moment. Folly was 2/10 quicker than Tommaso the last time by. There is Young Car. So Campbell now in 3rd spot with the quickest lap of the race. Further back, so he's caught right up to the back of Tommaso, has Campbell, and swept by him. I think Tommaso must have a problem because Mangano's got him as well. I can't work that out. I didn't see what happened there, but he lost all sorts of pace over the last half of that lap. And Hamish Campbell goes to 2nd and is dead set flying with 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Mangano looking for his first podium in KA2. Then has the gap back to Carr. Followed by McGill. Then Flynn. So the battle is on for the final podium spot between these two. The Empire Kart Sport number 12 of the New South Welshman in Ayrton Del Maso. So through the right, left-hander they go now. Time starting to run out, 2 minutes 45. Through the flip-flop for Castrol they go. This is a tense little battle. Both of these drivers aiming for big results to kick off their Australian Kart Championship season. That iconic helmet design that Ayrton no doubt named after the great Ayrton Senna that Del Maso is sporting. It's changed a few times over the years. Certainly has to try and match the Empire Kart Sport look. Folly's lead out to 1.8 seconds. It's not just a good lead for the category debutant. It's an absolute smashing for him out there. You can see the Birrellart team in front of the Patrizzi Course tent. Damo, his dad, who is sweating on every corner that he's taking. There he is, Hamish Campbell. He doesn't really have the pace at this stage to try and catch up to the race leader. A minute 20 left in this one. Thanks to all of our photographers that have turned out to capture all of the colour of the SP Tools Australian Championship. And indeed, the team at SP are no doubt tuned in to what we're doing here this weekend. Folly, he's done 19 laps and opened the lead out to 2.1 seconds, which will probably be even more. Mangano's dropped off the back of Del Maso. And he's under pressure from Carr. Down through the left-hander. 41 seconds to go. So around he comes. 30 seconds plus a lap remaining for Cooper Folly. What a story this is going to be. What a celebration it's going to be as well Campbell into second spot. A nice recovery after what's been a difficult race. Down the front straightaways, cross the line with 10 seconds to go. So there'll be 2 laps remaining in this one. He is absolutely under control out there. It looks like he's been driving this KA2 gear for 100 years. It's only been a matter of months. Down the backstretch he goes. He's doing it with consummate ease. Up over the Miami corner. He goes onto the front stretch out of Max's last lap board. 931 metres to go for our championship debutant. What is going to happen for position number 3? They're all over the back of Tommaso. That one is going to go to the wire as well. But this guy, no cheering. The arms are crossed at Birrellart. There was still half a lap remaining for them. Tommaso still holding on to third spot out there. But as he comes up the hill and across the famous mountain here at Todd Road, here he is, Cooper Foley. He wins on KA2, debut in the category where Oscar Piastri shot to prominence some 10 years ago on this very circuit. He takes the win by 2.5 seconds over Hamish Campbell. Then Ayrton Tommaso holds on from Liam Carr, Max Mangano, Tyson McGill, then Jai Flynn, Kai Burke, Oscar Singh, and Maxim Kerwin. This one is going to be an unbelievable celebration. Foley, Campbell, Tommaso, 1, 2, and 3. We'll just wait for the helmet to come off. We'll have to go through the weighing specifications down there. You get the correct weight. Smiles all around down there, as you can see. The whole Patrizi Horse team there to greet Cooper Foley. Congratulations from Hamish Campbell. He comes across to place the kart in the championship pit lane. Foley puts the hat on and will get to sign the wall of champions down there. I think we're going to see the real emotion from Cooper until he gets up onto the podium. If you thought you've heard a couple of big cheers, wait till this lot get down there and he gets the champagne spray underway. He's got the autograph under control, has Cooper Foley. There it is, round winner. What a story that is on debut in the category. Has jumped straight from cadets into this class. And here he is, round winner, round 1 of the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship. There's a smile. There's Hamish, he's past weight. Moving along now, and here we go, the highlights of the race. Oh, that's what happened on the warm-up lap. Campbell got collected and then had to get back into his position. I was reading the grid at the time, and I didn't see it. Wow. He was lucky to even make the start, was Hamish Campbell. As they work their way down, that was the completion of it. That was our... As Folly comes down to take the victory. Now we head down to the podium arena for the presentation of our top 3 in the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship KA2 category. Coming home in 3rd place today, the driver of the number 12, it's Etten Delmaso. In 2nd place today, the driver of the number 4, it's Hamish Campbell. And your debut winner, it goes all the way to the 16 of Cooper Folly. Can hear the cheers from the team down there. Watch out for this celebration spray. The juniors, they love it. Spraying the Divine Estate around down there. Here we go. And I'm pretty sure that the celebration out at Patrizzi Course tonight is going to be something special. Now we're across down to Alice.
With our 3rd place getter, how'd you think of that race? How'd you feel out there?
It was a pretty good race. The cart kind of fell off at the end, which was pretty annoying, but yeah. I felt good at the start. Happy to keep 3rd.
Yeah, it looked really hectic out there. Anyone you would like to thank for this weekend?
I'd like to thank Pete from Empire Kart Shop, all my teammates, Mum and Dad for bringing me out here and paying for it, my uncle for all the mental advice and helping on track, and these competitors for great racing.
Awesome. Congratulations. We'll move on to 2nd place. Hamish, congratulations. We spoke to you earlier in the weekend. How'd you feel out there?
I don't know. It was pretty hectic, you know. I got to the front and stuff. Like Liam did a good job at defending, and I took my opportunity. And on the roll-up lap, I'm not going to say what happened there or whatever, but we came together and I pushed through it, put it back in my head, and then we also had another incident together and had to regroup and go back again. So I think it was a pretty alright race to come 2nd in that. Wish I could have got a win, my first win, but I mean it is what it is. It's racing. Yeah, you did an amazing job. Anyone you would like to thank? I'd like to thank Tony Kart, Alberto coming, and all of his team, and Burnsy, and Tony Kart team, Tim, Troy Hunt, my family back at home, my dad, my mum, my little brother, just all the people that have been around me, so I'd like to thank them a lot. And Tony Kart is number 1, hopefully.
Congratulations, you did an amazing job. Cooper, oh my goodness, that's your first race win. That's your first race in KA2. Rounds win, you went straight from cadets. How did you feel?
Oh, honestly, I just felt so good. Like, I had everything covered by the team. The barrel out was just on fire all day. The engine from Anarchy Kart Sport was just on fire. It was so good. I'd like to thank everyone for helping me out in all the sport.
Is that what you expected coming into this weekend?
Absolutely not. I thought I'd just, try my best and hope for the best and just get points for the championship, see where I can finish.
Congratulations. Anyone else you would like to thank?
I'd like to thank Owen Bain Electrical, Patrizzi Course, Harlan Bell, all Dylan, Trent, everyone that's helped me. and Anarchy.
Congratulations, boys. Love to see it.
Thanks, Alice. We go to look at the celebrations down here. 3 very happy drivers at the completion of this one. Now, before we head to our KZ2 final, let's hear from James Golding, who will start from P2.
Obviously, yeah, love doing karting. It started off here when I was younger, and I've pretty much been doing it ever since I started when I was 8 years old. I had a couple of years off when I first went into Super 2, but yeah, couldn't keep away. Got a KZ2 and did a couple of races here and there, and then the last sort of 5 years or so I've tried to do as much as a full Australian Championship. Last year I couldn't do it. There was a couple of races that clashed, but yeah, back in it this year, so loving it. A lot of guys start off in karting to try and get into cars, and as you said, myself, being in cars already, a lot of people wouldn't expect to be still in karting, but for me, I do it because it's good for fitness. It's really fun. It's a lot more laid back. I just love being able to, get on the tools and stuff and really put in myself, and there's no one else to blame at the end of the day if I don't get it right. It's pretty fierce. KZ2, it's pretty crazy how tight the times are in qualifying, and the racing's super fierce, so I love it. The speed as well, it actually feels faster than the supercar because of the size of the track and how quick you go around. So for me, when I hop in the supercar, actually it feels like slow motion a bit. So it's good. It's hard fun racing, and a lot of young guys. It's good to see.
To Todd Road as we get prepared for our presentation of our KZ2 top 5. But before we do that, the Australian karting community this weekend pays tribute to one of the true stalwarts in its community in Graham Mons. Mons sadly left us last week. He'd been a long-time administrator down in his home city of Morwell in Victoria, and a well-respected clerk of course, an official around Australia. He started his racing career driving in speedway sedans and was a long-time sponsor across the board in sprint car racing. It has been a very sad time for many in our sport, and we have some of our officials, many of Mons's friends and colleagues down on the front straight away to join our top competitors in KZ2. If you are able, please be upstanding and remove your hats as we have a moment's silence to remember everyone's friend in Monzi, 1947 to 2025. Probably go back and show. Thank you, everybody, and Godspeed to Monzi. Moving on now, before we get to our KZ2 final, we'll present our top 5 drivers here for KZ2, and we'll hear from our pole sitter before we get underway. Starting out of position number 5 today, one of his best starting positions in his KZ2 career, the driver of the number 32 out of Albury, it's Scott Chaston. Starting out of position number 4 today out of Western Australia, the driver of the 50, Scott Chaston, Dylan Guest. Starting from third spot, the driver of the number 42, it is Jay Cool. In second position, he'll start on the front row, and he is a very big shot at this one. The driver of the 31, Jimmy Golding. And our pole sitter, he's dominated everything this weekend out of northern Italy. Driving the number 90 EKS, it's Moritz Ebner. Now we cross down to Alice to have a chat with our pole sitter.
We are currently here with our pole sitter. What did you think coming into this weekend? Were you expecting to dominate as much as what you have?
Yeah, I didn't expect to dominate like this because it was a new track for me and it was not quite easy to understand it. But yeah, I'm happy now for dominating it, and yeah, let's see what the final brings.
Yeah, what are your thoughts going into this next race? What are your plan of attack?
Yeah, a good start should be very good, and then yeah, keep the pace and push.
Awesome, thank you. Congratulations for the weekend. Hope to see you on top step.
Thank you.
Tremendous stuff down there. We'll get the official colours, the official photos of all the colour and pageantry on the grid before we send our top karting drivers away. We've got our top two from Cadet 9 and Cadet 12 down there with them. Also our two race directors, Robert Motby and Karen Arnett. What a sight this is. Our CEO in Kelvin O'Reilly there with us as well. All is in readiness now for this final. They'll get the helmets on, get the last minute instructions. There's Harry Johnstone, the friend, and he's been helping out Moritz. How's the head sock? Have a look at that. That's the Italian style coming out. Oh, that's cool. Moritz bringing all the colour and flair from Italy with us this weekend, both on and off the track. A bit more of a traditional look there from Jimmy G, it's got to be said. Of course, one of the supercars front runners driving the Newlon Premier Racing Camaro in the Supercars Championship, finished second in the Stars of Karting. Jay Cool, hasn't he been good this weekend? Let's see how he gets away from the line. Dylan Guess, the West Aussie. What's he got in him? Gets the final handshake from the mechanics. Our last drivers getting behind the wheel. Craig Denton down there with young Josh. Oh boy. Moritz gets a handshake. Everyone's by the fence. The elite level of Australian karting. We're glad to have your company, whether you're watching us here in Australia or right around the world. $18 minutes plus a lap lies ahead of us. Still waiting for our final drivers to take their seat before we push them away. The 1 minute warning has been granted down there. If you're here with us at the circuit, wish them safety and success as they take to the track. What a sight that is. A fantastic field, stacked full of quality from around Australia. 23 of the finest and one of the world's best, the Italian champion in Moritz Ebner. Jack Preston, what's he got? in the tank in the number 6. His father, Mike, pushes him away. Had a problem in qualifying and has had to fight his way through in that Kart Republic package. You can feel the tension down on the grid as the mechanics walk away. They've done everything they need to since heat number 4 in terms of getting their packages ready. They've followed them around to the grid and now push them away. They can do no more. It's all in the hands of these 23 highly skilled, super fit race pilots. Remember to put May 3 and 4 into your diary for round number 2 down in South Australia. We've got plenty more exciting stuff to bring to you before we get down there. We'll give them one more warm-up lap before we bring them to the full standing start. Massive numbers tuning in right around the world here. We're live on the Karting Australia YouTube channel, live on Kart Sport News and speedcafe.com. Oh boy. Can the supercar star put one over the Italian? Or will it be Cool who gets it done? We are about to find out. What a sight it is here on the doorstep of Melbourne. Ebner leads them over the hill. It's been a very slow warm-up lap for these guys. Sticks on the race line with the grip. Is at its most. Then peels off to the pole position. Golding alongside him. Cool. Guest. Then Chaston and Denson. Blake Corrin, the 99. He's had a great weekend. Jack Preston, the 6. Bailey Sagadak, the Queenslander. A chassis change for him. Nick Middich didn't finish the previous heat. What can he do in the final? Waiting for the green flag at the back. We are now in the starter's hands. Our race director leaves the circuit. You'll start to hear the revs rise as the 5 lights ignite on the gantry. Set for a start. Ebner, Golding, Cool and Guest. We're away. A perfect start again from Ebner. Down into turn number 1. They go. Golding goes with him. And then there's a slight gap. Back to Cool. Through the double right-hander. Now down into the Locon corner. One hasn't got away. It's one of the Kart Republic drivers working their way through the double right and up to Iami. Ebner's got the lead, but Golding is going alongside then Guest. He's having a look at Cool. Through the first turn they go. Unfortunately, it was Demelwick who didn't get off the line. Such a shame for him. Look at this battle already for third spot. Denton, he's there in 5th placing. Big move from Guest to get into 3rd. Oh, I think that might have had a little touch as the West Aussie got into that 3rd position. Denton, he's under the pump as well as we go down the front straightaway. Chaston and Golding, the 2 professional race drivers, are showing exactly why they are paid to do their job. The orders Ebner, Golding, then Guess Cool, Denton, Middich up to 6, and Chaston. Preston Dicker, your Australian champion, in 9th, and Blake Corrin rounding out your top 10. Oh, Ebner runs a little bit wide. That's given. Golding a little bit there. The Parlin driver all over the back of the EKS driver. Down the front stretch they come. 14 minutes left to go. What a sight that is. Here we are at the Go-Kart Club of Victoria, karting.net.au, for all the information you need to get involved in the sport from 7 to 70 plus. Through the right-hander they go now. This is the absolute pinnacle of it, and we have the pleasure of bringing it to you live and free. Through the Iami corner now, out of Maxis. Golding goes for it. Oh, he had the nose chop there. Golding absolutely sent it at turn number 1, but the Italian sensed it and was having none of it. So he's got to try a little bit harder next time. Could that be a round-defining moment for Jimmy Golding? He has the experience. He is an Australian champion in his own right back in his junior days to get back on the horse. And certainly he's used to the cut and thrust of the Repco Supercars Championship. So Jess still in third. Cool starting to pick it up as Preston's up into 7th spot in front of Scott Chaston. Down the back straight away, Ebner starting to assert his authority. He's won every heat race since he came here. Not feeling any of the pressure. He's won the Italian Championship in this class. He's been driving it since he was young. He's 20 years of age. He's got Golding right behind him. Then there's the gap. You saw it down at turn number 1. New quickest lap for Golding. It was a 37.898 that played a 37.962 from Ebner. The gap, 0.218 of a second. Guess the West Aussie still third, followed by Cool. 2 Birrell Art. Shazzy, one from Team WA and the other from the J&D Racing Squad. Josh Denton still there in 5th. The main battle up front is still up front, it has to be said. Jack Preston, a new quickest lap. He's in 6th spot and he's about to pressure the tail of Josh Denton. What's happened to them? I think they've had a collision. Have they? No, I was looking somewhere else. Excuse me. I thought that battle that was going on for 5th place had ended in tears. But it has not. It's still underway. Down the front stretch they go. Ebner and Golding go through. They're doing around 30 gear changes a lap through here. Fastest speed in excess of 140 kilometres an hour at the end of the front straightaway. Ebner's responded to the pressure of Golding. He's marginally quicker than him at the moment. Out of Max's corner they go. J. Cool's dropped off the back of the battle with Dylan Guest. He's now fighting it out. Oh, Preston. He's not afraid to get the elbows up from time to time. It's Jack Preston, as Josh Denton just found out. Josh, a mechanic in the Supercars paddock, who has been. Pretty sure he might still be at BJR. Certainly on the SCT Logistics car last year. Down the front stretch they come. 9.5 minutes left to go. This is a classic tense battle by 2 absolute superstar professional drivers in our sport. Ebner grew up at a go-kart track that his family owns in a tourist hotspot in the north of Italy. He befriended Henry Johnstone, a former competitor in the KZ2 Australian Championship, while Henry was racing over in Europe. And now that Henry's connected with the EKS team and Alpha Motorsport here in Australia, they had the opportunity to bring Moritz out here. He's here with the sales director, Martina, the daughter of the owner of EKS this weekend. Another new quickest lap for Preston, back in 5th spot. Further back in the pack here is the 32 of Scott Chaston, who's gone backwards, it's got to be said, since the start of the race. He's got young Luca Nicci on his tail and Bailey Sagadak a little bit further behind him. 8 minutes 20. Preston having a crack here at J. Cool. There he is in the orange and white KR chassis. Italian manufactured. If you had said to Jack Preston after qualifying that you might be challenging for a top 5 come Championship Sunday, he may have had a laugh at you. But he is definitely in that fight with around 7.5 minutes left to go. Midic closing in on the back of Denton as well now. Ebner's opened the lead to nearly half a second. We'll see what the gap is this time as they come to the line. It's down to 0.249. So Golding is picking it up. Oh, Preston further back. Gets up the inside and absolutely belts J. Cool. Preston into P5. Sure they'll be having a look at that one post-race. Cool's dropped a few positions as a result of that. Down the front straight away. EKS standing for Eagle Kart System, named after the lunar launcher. They got man to the moon back in. Oh, Cool's gone further back, so J. Cool, he has spun and he's lost a whole heap of positions now. Geez, it's all happening out there. Sam Dicker out there, the Australia one. He's been in the thick of it this weekend, had 2 non-finishes during the course of the heats. He, like Harrison Hoey, is looking to make it 3 in a row. Nick's gone. Nick Midic is out of here. How's that happened? He's gone in pretty hard, judging by the angle of the tyre wall that doesn't really exist anymore. 5.5 minutes to go. 0.322 the difference. So through they go. Yellow light still on down at turn 4. So an investigation into the incident with Midic, noting Kart 1 of Sam Dicker. They're good mates, both from Western Australia, so it'd be unfortunate if they were to have come together, but that's all you can assume by the information that I'm getting from our officials. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. There's Big Nick, not a happy camper, this afternoon. There could be some interesting discussions go on over in the Western Australian side of the pits. Look at James Golding pick it up here. The Supercars professional coming back to the Australian Kart Championship on a full-time basis in 2025. He made his return to the sport at the Stars of Karting a couple of weeks ago. He finished second to Jack Preston in that one. He certainly doesn't want to finish second on his two outings here at Todd Road. It was a 37.719 from Ebner, a 37.767 from Golding as they come on through. Guest still third, then Preston up to fourth. Denton, then Dicker to sixth. Webster to seventh, then Corrin. Chaston and Sagadak rounding out your top 10 at this stage. Then it's Nietzsche, Cool dropping back to 12th after that spin at turn one. Then Corrin, followed by Ensby, Oriyama. Then Minton, Murray, Demerick, Moore and Hunter. They're the drivers still out on circuit at this stage as we come down to 3 minutes remaining. This is an incredible fight. Well, there's not any passing going on just yet. You've got two drivers at the absolute top of their powers, showing the absolute performance levels. Preston still flying out there. He's in the 37.7 bracket as well. These LeConte tyres have copped an absolute pounding as they continue to pluck the gears down there, out there. Golding picked up a bit of ripple strip. .27 for the gap here. Has Jimmy Golding got anything left in the tank? It was a 37.8. That was a slow one from Ebner. Then a 37.7 from Golding. And now it's a 37.7 from Ebner. And a 37.8 from Golding. Both these drivers would have been with the young drivers in their respective teams throughout the course of the weekend. Speaking to the crew from Alpha Motorsport, they have learned so much. Oh, Golding is chucking everything at it from Moritz. Down the front stretch they go. 1:20 plus a lap left. Who's it going to be in this? .385 was the gap. I think it's closer than that. Keep an eye on it. Guest still holding a commanding third place advantage over Jack Preston. That's over 2 seconds. Dicker's pressuring the back of Josh Denton for fifth as we go up over the hill at Iami. Down the front stretch comes Ebner. Oh, Jimmy G. He was using the absolute full braking potential with front and rear brakes of that Paralin into turn number one. He went so deep. Looks as though we'll probably get 2 more laps here with 15 seconds left remaining on the clock. Out of the top turn. This is going to be an exhilarating minute and a half in front of us. The Italian, his first time in Australia, let alone first time racing in Australia, leads the way. The supercar superstar absolutely on his tail here. Ebner, he's taken flight. Oh, Golding. He spun, swept out of that corner there. Through the Iami turn. One more lap to go. Through this set of turns, Golding still pretending he's got something in him. I'm not sure whether he has here. Through the LeConte corner, he's going to throw everything at him. He's in the slipstream. Down the back straight away. Ebner holding on to it. Golding touches the rear crash bar. We're going to go to the line. Through the Maxis turn. And the Eagle has landed. Moritz Ebner takes the win over James Golding. Dylan Guest comes home in third. Then it was Jack Preston, Webster. But what a drive, what a performance between those two. That was one of the best finals that we've seen for a long, long time. It was so tense, but the EKS chassis gets it done with the Italian over Golding and Guest. Just the level of professionalism of that pair. Golding brings it in the 31. Just waiting for Moritz to come in now. Then we'll go into the weigh shed. I'm sure you'll see a pretty wide smile from that man. Dicker coming home into 6th spot. That was solid for him. Corrin into 7th spot. Then Sagadak Chaston inside the top 10. Denton dropped to 10th at the end. Followed by Nietzsche and Kurmich Corrin. Ends within Royama, Minton, Murray, Demeric Hunter and Mora finishes. Just waiting for the correct weight. So Lee Hanacek down there, our championship director. As we push it into the SP Tools podium area. And what a moment this is for Moritz. He's been a winner on many occasions right around the world through Europe. But here he is in Australia and gets to add his name to our wall of champions. Thumbs up to the Alpha Motorsport EKS crew and to HJR. And that smile is mile wide. You're not going to wipe that off his face for a while. I'd say there might be a big bowl of pasta coming tonight. Somewhere in Melbourne. They'll set Lygon Street alight down there, the team from EKS. There's Dylan Guest coming home into 2nd position in this one. The 3rd, I should say. There's Jimmy G. He gets another 2nd place. That gets his championship underway as we cross to the highlights from that final. Watch them off the start. Oh, that's a fantastic start there from Ebner, and that really set the tone for what happened from there. Cool got a good run off the start, but went backwards. There's Isaac Damelweek, unable to get underway. Bit of action taking place there. The elbows were out in that one. That was probably the closest that Golding really had a chance. He really went for it down at turn 1 there. And I think that was probably a critical moment because Ebner said, no, you're not going through there. And that's what unloaded. I'm not sure who that was. It got pushed back a few places. That could have been what started Jay Cool's reversal through the LeConte corner. Have a look at this. Golding all over the back of him. That was a knock him down, drag him out fight, but two professional guys at the peak of their powers. And there it is. It goes across the line. We now cross to the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship presented by Castrol. KZ2 podium presentation. Coming home in third place today is the driver of the number 50, Dylan Guest. In second position, the driver of the number 31, it's Jimmy Golding. And your winner, he came, he saw, he conquered, he's flying to the moon, the number 90, it's Moritz Ebner. Three very happy drivers up there, none more than the one in the middle. He gets to take a trophy on the plane back to Europe. And now for the Divine Estate Champagne celebration. Now across down to Alice to catch up with our top three.
We're here with Dylan. Congratulations, first of all. What do you think of that race? Looked hectic for that third spot.
Oh yeah, the two front guys were consistent as, and they sort of got a gap early on, and I tried to put in good laps, but didn't make it, so that's right.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd just like to thank the Casagrande family, Patruzzi course, and B-Sport for the motor.
Awesome, congratulations. We'll move on to James Golding. Congratulations, looked hectic out there. You managed to stay with him. What were your thoughts and what was your plan of attack for that race?
Just try anything really. Didn't really make any mistakes. So yeah, credit to him. Well done. It was a really close race. It was just a bit of a slingshot there, catching up. And yeah, I thought I might have had a chance. He had a couple of errors in a couple of corners, but then he was just straight back on it. So yeah, credit to him. Good racing with these guys all weekend.
Yeah, you were up to pace all weekend. You were there. Were you trying to make a move? The goal was obviously to win coming into this weekend. What's the goal for next weekend?
Yeah, look, I was trying to get a run on him into turn one. That's where I was probably going to get him, but he was just too gone onto the straight. So, yeah, once again, awesome racing, and yeah, can't wait for the next round now.
Awesome. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I just really want to thank Parolin, Fast Adjusters, my mechanic John Sheena, and Marco as well for helping out all weekend. Yeah, appreciate the support.
Awesome. Congratulations. We'll move on to our race winner, Moritz. Congratulations. That was an amazing race. You clean sweep the whole weekend. Are you happy? Are you coming back?
Yeah, I'm happy to coming here to Australia and win instantly. And yeah, it was very tough racing. All the other drivers were very tough until to the end. And yeah, it was not easy.
Yeah, of course. Are you planning on coming back and doing the next round at AKC?
Yeah, I hope so, coming back. But the problem is time. To find the time is not every time so easy because yeah, the way is pretty long.
Awesome. Congratulations. Thanks for your time.
And there's our podium celebration. Pretty happy drivers, and what a way to kick things off. Haven't we had some tremendous highlights right throughout the course of this weekend? Getting busy with the fizzy down there on the podium for the final time today at what has been an outstanding round number one. On behalf of Karting Australia, we'd like to thank you for your company, all of our competitors, and especially our volunteer officials, and definitely our manufacturer partners and major supporting sponsors in SP Tools and Castrol. Our next round will be Murray Bridge on May 3 to 4, which we will bring you live and free on this platform. On behalf of Alice Buckley, Bryony Ingerson, I'm Matt Payne. Goodbye, and we'll see you